Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Fell for Yandere Queens. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ella liked to watch him all the time, using her familiar to keep an eye on him. She showered him with luxurious gifts, wanting nothing more than his attention. When he was killed by a fallen, she revived him as her second piece on the chessboard. She was possessive, not wanting to share him with anyone else. She kept the girls from the club at bay, and it made one wonder if that was why Asia had vanished. She had even eliminated girls who flirted with him at the academy, and she had taken drastic measures, including taking down Razor, to ensure they could be together. She cooked for him, and it was best not to question how she managed to enter his home, as she had her ways. She used her personality to her advantage, and if he had a partner, she might have been involved with a biblical god. Her desserts were delicious, but there was something in them that might make him sleep longer than intended. If he wasn't by her side, she would throw tantrums. She boasted to other girls that now that she had him, he was out of their reach. They often did many cosplay outfits together, more than just duos. When he learned of all her actions, he tried to escape, but she had fed him something that caused him to faint, leading to his abduction. She would use destructive energy as a form of punishment for his attempts to flee, claiming it was a fair consequence. She always employed twilight healing to mend his wounds, only to continue her physical and mental torment. As he persisted in resisting her, she grew tired and decided to use a mind control spell, declaring that he would love her for eternity. She had an aura similar to her mother, which was why she had fallen madly in love with him. She enjoyed watching him from a distance, sometimes revealing herself, wanting him to know she was there. She eliminated any girl who had the slightest contact with him, leaving only warnings for those in the club. She took pleasure in seeing his fearful expressions, and she was well aware of her sadistic tendencies. Jealousy was not to be taken lightly. If he angered her, he would face the consequences. Her punishments were severe, and she hoped he liked thunderstorms because they would feature prominently in her methods. She had taken down 3 girls right in front of him for flirting with him. She loved watching him sleep, but she preferred to sleep beside him. She would tempt him with his favorite foods, but they often contained something that would make him drowsy. During classes, she would come looking for him, claiming he was needed in the club. She did everything in her power to keep him away from her father, fearing a repeat of past events. She paid more attention to him than to Rias, seeking advice from Graia on how to win his heart. Typically, it was the men who proposed, but this time, she was the one who asked for his hand in marriage. Their wedding was the most beautiful day of his life, and they were blessed with 2 children, a boy and a girl. However, none of them were truly his. She playfully declared that he would never leave her side, referring to him as her husband. While he enjoyed a life free of worries with her, the others were not so fortunate. She used the excuse of his strength to draw closer to him, leaving her mark on his body to protect what was hers. She loved to watch him train and was quite jealous, not hiding her feelings well. Several girls had disappeared, and it was a coincidence that the last time they were seen was near him. She learned to cook just for him, and if he was missing clothes, perhaps someone had taken them. She had a tendency to be overly possessive, and her jealousy often led to extreme actions. She had eliminated a teacher who took up too much of his time, and as punishment for skipping a day of class, she had been too rough, possibly breaking a few bones. She would bribe him with her feline charm, and one of his favorite desserts had something added that might make him sleep longer than usual. She became furious when she saw another girl kiss him, and to make matters worse, he had reciprocated. In a fit of rage, she kidnapped him, and he heard the screams of that girl in the next room as she met her end. She often punished him physically, targeting non-vital areas, but her last strike always aimed for a vital spot. She learned from Aquino how to break him mentally, and after a year of confinement he finally succumbed. They eventually married and had children, as many as he desired. However, she would strike him whenever he ignored her, which was unfortunate for him. She affectionately referred to him as her sweet kitten, vowing to always protect him. At least they aren't from the north. Next woman, Venolana Bale Grimmery. In this story, you are a boy who was sold into slavery by demons, and Venolana bought you, turning you into her queen. Venolana spends 90% of her day caring for you. She asked if you wanted her to be your sugar mommy, and you accepted simply because you are her king. She keeps a watchful eye on you, claiming it is for your safety. No matter where she is, she shows you affection, whether her husband is present or not. She takes you everywhere she goes, even to places where clan leaders train. Her jealousy is intense. She punishes you if you spend even a second with another woman or man. She ensures you stay away from your friends, just to make sure you remain faithful to her. Her punishments are not to be underestimated. She wields a dagger that can paralyze and complements it with destructive energy. Recently, Zeoticus disappeared, but Venolana seemed unfazed as she proposed to you. You moved to a house in the former territory of Tannin, which also mysteriously vanished. She made you the master of the house and, as a good wife, showers you with gifts and affection. Please, my queen, stay with me forever. Now, here is the captivating Bale Grimmery. The downside? Her uncontrollable jealousy. However, you will find satisfaction if you obey her and remain faithful. The next woman will be Asia Argento. In this context, you are the demon who once healed Asia, which led to her being expelled. You searched everywhere to express your gratitude for her help. When she saw you again, she was so happy that she claimed it was the best day of her life. She spends all day by your side. Asia often argues with Ireina for your attention. She cooks delicious meals for you and, while she can be jealous, she allows you to be with your friends. Asia tends to seek your attention when you are at the place where you are staying together. She cannot stand being ignored. Being a believer in God is good, but forcing you to pray is not, even if it gives you headaches. Thanks to Rias, who pays her well, she occasionally buys you gifts. Due to her sweet demeanor, she seems incapable of harming anyone. However, she has eliminated several girls, using food laced with poison instead of supernatural methods. With her adorable appearance, she manipulates you. Asia asks you to request Rias to make her your new queen. She watches you sleep, leaving gentle marks on your neck. When she discovered you had a partner, she punished you severely. Your partner disappeared, only to be found dead from holy water, as she was a demon. Asia used holy water and other sacred objects for her punishments. You lived a long, seemingly happy life, or so others thought. While it was true you were happy, you also faced many punishments. My sweet demon, please don't leave, I can protect you alone. This was unexpected from a nun, but a Yandere is a Yandere. You had a good life until you met her. The next woman will be Graia Lucifuge. In this context, you are Mal Lucifer, replacing Circe in the story. Circe exists as your younger brother. Graia met you during the coup you and your group staged. You saved her from being killed, and she felt something for you that she had never experienced before. After the war ended, you were appointed Mal Lucifer, and Graia became your servant. She was the best servant you ever had, always attentive to detail. You both shared a bed, and over time, you fell in love and proposed to her. Your wedding was the most beautiful one ever held. As the years passed, Graia learned how to be the best servant. She always prevented other servants from getting close to you. She became furious when another servant stole a kiss from you, and you noticed that servant had mysteriously vanished. While she is cold to everyone else, she is different with you. As your personal servant, she accompanies you everywhere. 200 years after your marriage, Rias was born, and Graia felt jealous seeing how much attention you gave her. Circe tried to talk to Graia, but she wouldn't respond. Over time, she learned why you were so close to Rias. Many years later, her greatest love, Milica's Grimmery, was born. You and Graia dedicated a lot of time to Milica's to prevent her from having an absent childhood. Graia's jealousy grew with your interactions with Sarafal, the former Citri Leviathan. Her sanity shattered when she confessed her feelings for you, and you rejected her, not wanting to lose what you had. Sarafal was persistent and kissed you, which drove Graia to madness. The next day, Sarafal was gone, having been eliminated by Graia using a seal that nullified magic. Graia used the remains of those she eliminated to cook. You can keep her sane as long as you stay by her side. My Mao, I will not allow any woman to approach you. You are a nine-tailed Kyubi yokai, serving as the right hand of Yasaka, but you are not in a romantic relationship. During a visit with her class, Rossweisse met you while you were searching for Yasaka, who had been kidnapped. She invited you for a drink to help you relax, feeling a strong urge to keep you close. In a tipsy state, she became quite forward, even kissing you, and you did not push her away. After the kidnapping incident, she asked Yasaka if you could attend Kuroka Academy under the pretense of studying there. Yasaka happily agreed, as you were of the appropriate age. You lived with Rossweisse, who enjoyed lying next to you. Her jealousy often led her to act impulsively, resulting in her harming another girl in the gym storage room. Rossweisse was very affectionate and did her best to keep other girls away from you, wanting to protect what she considered hers. When intoxicated, she became quite bold, disregarding your personal space. She employed daring methods to get you to bed and often used your tails as a pillow when she was tired. She took you everywhere and used a seal as a makeshift camera when she was not around. Recently, she overheard a girl attempting to force you into an uncomfortable situation, which angered her. In the past few days, several girls had gone missing, last seen speaking with Rossweisse. Kaneko mysteriously disappeared, only to be found in a troubling state. One day, after noticing you blushing at the sight of another girl, Rossweisse became furious and took drastic measures against her. When you returned home from the academy one day, you found the house dark. Suddenly, someone struck you on the head, causing you to lose consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself in a basement that resembled Rossweisse's home. Although she cared for you, your attempts to escape angered her, resulting in punishments. She would sometimes use spears to keep you in place, and her methods of discipline varied between pleasant and harsh. The harsher punishments involved seals that drained your energy, leaving you immobile, or using spears to pin you down. You learned that ignoring her, rejecting her food, or avoiding her kisses would lead to the more severe punishments. The kinder punishments included affectionate gestures, your favorite meals, and gentle kisses. Once she released you, people began to refer to you as a couple. Rossweisse declared that you two would be inseparable from that moment on. Next, the story shifted to Ireina Shidu, an angel reincarnated by Gabriel, who possessed 13 wings and was considered the new biblical god. She first saw you in heaven during a seraphim meeting, where you were accompanying Gabriel. From that moment, she wanted to be by your side, sharing prayers, meals, and missions together. Ireina adored you as if you were the biblical god. She was jealous, especially of Gabriel, who often spent time with you. You had feelings for someone else, and Gabriel had mysteriously disappeared days prior. Ireina loved your affection and often daydreamed about your future together. Whenever you returned injured from a mission, she was the one to heal you, displaying her caring nature. As a candidate to become the next leader of the angels, many girls were drawn to you, but Ireina struggled with her emotions. She could not bring herself to hurt you and would cry if she thought she had caused you pain. At night, she wore your clothes to sleep, cherishing your scent, and had created an altar with your belongings, including your favorite shirt. She frequently reminded you of your weekend dates, and after you faced a powerful renegade demon and returned injured, she promised to control her anger to prevent you from getting hurt again. Next, the story introduced Sona Citri, who met you at the start of a new school year at Kuroka Academy. You were entering your second year while she was in her third. Initially indifferent, she soon became interested in you. After challenging you to a game of chess and losing, you became her fiancé, a title you accepted without issue. Sona was serious but transformed into a delightful companion around you. She enjoyed reading with you and brought you into the student council to keep an eye on you. Recently, reports of missing girls had surfaced, and Sona did not like you spending time with Rias, showing her jealousy. When you tried to skip school, she punished you severely, which involved submerging you in water until your limit. She took pleasure in making you nervous. You mentioned having a girlfriend but planned to end it, prompting her to insist that she would speak to your girlfriend herself. Whenever she could, Sona would gaze at you intensely, and although you noticed, you did not pay much attention. She moved into your home, claiming that since you were to be married, You should get used to living together. After discovering that another girl had kissed you, she kidnapped you and punished you harshly, leaving you traumatized. Now, you avoided all girls, which pleased Sona, who requested that you stay away from others. She didn't know how to express it, but here she was. The next woman was Rell Phoenix. In this story, the protagonist is the heir of a clan called Frost, known for their mastery of ice. However, he surpassed them all by combining ice with various elements, notably a ball. He met Rell at a gathering organized by their parents to discuss a political marriage. They began to spend a lot of time together, eventually moving to a mansion known as the Fos territory. Rell was attentive and polite, exuding an air of royalty. She dreamed of building a happy family with him. Though Rell could be jealous, she hid it well. She insisted he remain within the mansion's walls, and when they slept, she preferred to wear his clothes, believing it helped her sleep better. She was fiercely protective, taking drastic measures against any servants who overstepped their bounds. Rell enjoyed watching him train in the gym and took care of him whenever he got hurt during practice. She knew his likes and dislikes intimately. When Rell discovered he had a former partner, it stirred something within her, especially after the announcement of the disappearance of the heiress of another clan. Each time he disobeyed her, she found ways to impose consequences. She would make small cuts on his skin and use the flames of the phoenix to hover over them, creating a sting that reminded him of his place. This continued for a year until he learned to love her, and they finally married. Rell saw her beloved fiancé as a lesson in respect towards his fiancée. The next woman would be chosen through a vote. The options included Sarafal Leviathan, Yasaka, Gabriel, Kuroka Tuju, Tsubaki Shinra, and Ryuner Yuma Amano. The story continued with Kuroka, who first spotted him training in the forest. From that day on, she observed him closely, whether he was training or spending time with animals. At first, he felt her gaze in the woods, but now it followed him into his home. He noticed his belongings disappearing but thought little of it. One day, she revealed herself, startling him at first, but he soon calmed down. Kuroka was overprotective, ensuring no other girl approached him. She made it clear that he would be her husband and the father of her children. She was known to eliminate anyone who dared to look at him. She left marks on his neck to signify that he belonged to her. They spent a lot of time together, and he didn't mind. Kuroka was determined to lead him to the altar. Vale confronted her about her constant disappearances, especially after rumors spread that Hakuryuka had died and that Albion was in someone else's possession. Now, she felt a surge of dragon energy within her. She witnessed him animatedly conversing with Rossweisse, who had also vanished recently. Kuroka's punishments were severe, and he learned quickly that defiance resulted in consequences, including a year of confinement after one outburst. She insisted he propose to her, and they married, having many children who were part yokai, dragon, and fallen angel. Kuroka expressed her desire for him not to stray too far, especially with the children around. The next woman was Yasaka. He was a Nordic who accompanied Rossweisse on her journey and ended up rescuing the yokai leader, which left her completely enamored. Yasaka sought ways to keep him close, wanting nothing more than his presence. She cried in front of everyone, pleading for him not to leave, as he was the only person she trusted. Rossweisse had to negotiate with Yasaka and Odin, ultimately ensuring he would stay with her. He moved in with Yasaka, and Kunu was thrilled to have a father. Yasaka pampered him, assisting with everything he struggled with. She loved seeing him spend time with Kunu, never having seen her so happy. Yasaka ordered her soldiers to keep other women away from him and took him on various dates, some without his consent. She allowed him to rest on her tails and was extremely possessive, to the point of being very jealous. The next woman would be Sarafal Leviathan. Sarafal had initially seen him as just a fan when he asked for an autograph for his niece, who adored the magical girl. Over time, she began to feel he was more than just a fan. She kept a close watch on him, gathering information and discovering he was the strongest tower of Circe. Sarafal spent her free time with him, often wearing her magical girl outfit to charm him. She was very jealous, and it was advised not to provoke her in that regard. She even asked Circe for an exchange of pieces, leading to further developments in their relationship. She accepted without knowing the danger she put you in. She gifted you the most luxurious presents, even ones that no one else could offer. She didn't like it when you disobeyed her. Her punishments were not pleasant. She would freeze your legs and create a whip with spikes to displn you. You were now her queen, and as such, she took you to all her meetings as her right hand. Once, she requested a vacation and took you to a beach where you spent half a year together. She enjoyed long hours of napping, and of course, she made you join her. Time, she became P-Argent, and you decided to take responsibility for the child. You both got married and ended up having triplets. The Dragon Beauty was a request from someone, and if anyone else wanted to suggest a character from the DxD universe, they could. The next woman would be Gabriel. They met when Valley introduced you to her. She was very curious about you and believed you had cast a spell on her because she felt strange emotions whenever you were together. She eliminated Rizavim to promote you to second-in-command, wanting to keep a closer eye on you. She was very protective, preventing anyone from getting too close. One day, you woke up in your bed to find Ophis beside you, with a mark on your neck. It turned out that Ophis had entered a state of heat and, instead of suppressing it as usual, decided to claim you as hers. You went everywhere together. She didn't want to be apart from you. She often sat in your lap, her favorite spot. She had never known the feeling of love before and now believed she was madly in love with you, not realizing it was more of an obsession. Her mark kept other girls away from you, and for some reason, they were drawn to the purple dragon tattoo on your neck. Supernatural beings knew exactly who the mark belonged to and kept their distance. She visited you whenever she wanted, regardless of how important your tasks were. Recently, the Grimmery noble died, and you were seen nearby before that incident. One day, you shouted at her, telling her you would leave the Cows Brigade, and now news of your disappearance was everywhere. She tormented you with her serpents, squeezing you tightly. She used her most powerful spell to invade your mind and completely break it. She created new feelings within you, and now you were as obsessed with her as she was with you. As your second-in-command, she insisted you stay by her side, as your dragon goddess. The next woman would be Gabriel. You were a supreme-class demon, the right hand of Mal Beelzebub, and you met her at a leaders' meeting. She chatted a lot with you during gatherings, feeling as if you were like a father figure to her. She would not let you go for anything in the world. She often threw tantrums at her brother, leading him to ask you to come to heaven. She was very affectionate and kind towards you. As an archangel, she avoided falling from grace, knowing that if she did, it would be a significant downfall. She was jealous and struggled to control herself, often letting her emotions take over. She frequently argued with Sarafal for your attention, and things sometimes escalated. She kept a close watch on you, not allowing you peace until you were with her. When she discovered you had a partner, likely with Lucifer, she became upset. She punished you, and being a demon, the light of angels affected you. However, as a good soul, she ensured your punishment was as gentle as possible. As the most beautiful archangel in heaven, she believed she deserved the most beautiful partner, and that was you. The next woman would be Valerie Lucifer. They met at Crow Academy during a meeting of the 3 factions. Initially, she just wanted to fight you, but over time, that desire transformed into something more obsessive. She forced Sona to reveal where you lived. Though she couldn't cook, she had enough money to take you to the finest restaurants. She used the excuse of wanting to fight to spend time with you. She was jealous and eliminated her teammates when they got too close. When she was angry, she took it out on you, and it was not a pleasant experience. You would often find her lounging in your bed wearing your clothes. She was lazy and wanted you to stay with her while she slept. Albion often advised her to let you go, suggesting that facing Draig was more important, but lately, she had stopped listening. Recently, the dragon mating season began, and she was affected by it. After this PRD, she marked you, claiming you as hers. When she punished you, she would drain your power until you could barely move from the force of her strikes. She enjoyed having you watch her fight and became nervous when you took control. Issei was your friend, but she believed he was a bad influence on you and likely had him in her sights. Her greatest dream was to have 2 children with you. She even infiltrated Azazel's lab to obtain a device that could control you mentally. With a playful tone, she declared you her emperor. As your empress, we will take the dragons to the top. It had been a while since the last update, as there were other stories to work on. But here is the White Empress. This character is used without mentioning her name when she takes on another form. The next woman will be Issei Shidu. She was known for her boldness, and no one dared approach her except for you, which sparked her interest. She often spent time with you, even outside of school. She joined Rias's noble circle and sought her advice on how to win your heart. While she was somewhat jealous, she understood the boundaries. She flirted with you frequently and, on several occasions, tried to get closer, but you remained indifferent. During her more intense moments, she would go to great lengths to claim you, but thanks to Rias, you managed to escape her advances. She trained hard to protect you from all women, including her friends. Lately, many girls who had interacted with you had mysteriously disappeared. You discovered that you were a descendant of the Great Red, which drew the attention of all supernatural women. After the war against Trihexa, she was promoted to a high-class demon, and you were her first piece. You confessed your feelings to her, and she accepted with great joy. Now you belong to her. As the heroine of the war, she believed she deserved a reward. Now, here comes the dragon and a clarification. I received a request for this character to have a different appearance, but I couldn't find one that suited her. The next woman is Tiamat, who you met during the exam to become the Dragon King. You passed, and she was captivated by your remarkable skills. She realized she had to eliminate the competition at any cost. After you were promoted to Dragon King, she was assigned to train you, which was the perfect opportunity for her. You spent a lot of time together, and when other girls approached you, it infuriated her. She took drastic measures against those who showed interest in you, being careful to hide the evidence. When she discovered you had a partner, it was reported that the cadre Penemu had been brutally incinerated. You cried for days and she was there for you, but this was all part of her plan. She had devised a strategy to win you over. The first part involved eliminating your partner, the second was to comfort you and gain your trust, and the third was to confess her feelings. If you rejected her, she would take drastic actions to break you. The second part of her plan progressed well, and you gradually entrusted her with your heart. She took you to a special place where she intended to confess her feelings. However, you only saw her as a mentor and turned her down. The last thing you saw before losing consciousness was her smiling ominously. You awoke in an abandoned castle. She had kidnapped you, and that was where your torment began. She used her blue flames to burn your arms. You endured this for nearly 2.5 years until you finally broke. The unfortunate part of being broken was that she became the dominant one. You proposed to her, and she accepted with tears of joy. You married and lived together for eternity. Now, here is Queen Tiamat, and while many expected his death, I wanted to try something new with a different appearance. You all can choose who you would like to see next: Rias Grimmery, Aquino Hymadma, Rossweisse, Asia Arento, Sarafal Leviathan, or Graia Lucifuge. The next woman will be Fe Pendragon. You are a powerful and renowned sorcerer in the world, wielding one of the most potent spells called Death Match with Soul Chains. She was a huge fan of yours, to the point of obsession. You met at a tournament where she was a participant, and you were invited to watch. She almost won, and her greatest desire was to become your wife. You had searched for years for the perfect partner, and she seemed to be the one. You took her home and shared your feelings with her. Her skills impressed you, and her demeanor captivated you. Unbeknownst to you, she often stayed awake, watching you sleep. She was possessive and did not allow any other women to approach you. She had eliminated many girls who sought your attention, determined to keep you close. She would steal your clothes and smell them, and you often bathed together. You took her everywhere, proud to have her by your side. You treated her to the most luxurious places, wanting your future wife to enjoy herself. During the war against the Cows Brigade, you stood out by facing Trihexa alone. When she learned you were confronting Trihexa, she tried to join you but was held back. She often helped you with paperwork, as you had much to manage. As the year came to a close, you both got married. She eliminated all your female students, fearing infidelity, and trained in dark magic. He would protect her at all costs. He made a pact with Ophis in exchange for power, and they lived together for millions of years, having several children over time. He was a prodigy who wielded the element of lightning, someone who loved to fight and possessed a transformation. They met when he saved her from fallen angels. She offered him a place to live after he lost his home due to demons. At first, he was just a boy who became her friend, but over time, she developed an intense affection for him. Although he seemed disorganized and indifferent, he helped around the house and even found a job. He often slept beside her because she wouldn't let him sleep on the couch. As a way to repay her kindness, he protected her home, facing everything from simple renegades to malevolent dragons. She took him to family gatherings where her father tested him to see if he was worthy of being her partner, but he never viewed her as anything more than a friend. She often sought ways to attract his attention and grew frustrated when he didn't notice her efforts. If he were to go down to her basement, he would find an overwhelming number of photos of himself. One day, he faced a fallen angel, a formidable one at that cadre. Over time, he began to fall for her, and they eventually became a couple, welcoming a daughter named Akino, who also controlled lightning like him. Kokabeel attempted to harm Shuri, but he managed to save her, albeit too late, and she ended up injured. Akino distanced herself from him, and with a comatose Shuri, they did not see each other for years. He became an angel in service to Michael, known as the Angel of Lightning. For years, Shuri searched for him, and during one of his missions, they reunited. In her years of searching, she eliminated several women who spoke of him. Upon seeing him again, she was overwhelmed with emotions. She would unleash her lightning upon him for several months as a form of punishment. She was genuinely angry, but her ire was directed more at Akino, the girl who had come between them. In another context, he was a player from Italy, pretending to be Paolo Bianchi, the captain of the Italian team called Orfeo, preparing for a match against Japan. They met the day before the game when she asked for his autograph. After the match against Inazuma Japan, they reconnected and began seeing each other frequently. Eventually, they confessed their feelings for one another, but she turned out to be quite possessive. She wouldn't let him leave the house unless it was for a match or training and forbade anyone except his teammates from getting close to him. He often wondered where she went every weekend. One day, he left without her permission just to buy something, and she told him to be strong. When he returned from training, some girls flirted with him, and somehow, she found out, leading to an uncomfortable situation for him. She forced him to delete all the girls from his social media and insisted that he sleep beside her. One day, when he followed her, he discovered something surprising. She was a fallen angel. Recently, girls had been disappearing, and all of them had come into contact with her. You had tried to escape, but she had injured you. To heal you, she had to use a spell to regenerate your leg, leaving both of you unconscious for a week due to the energy drain. You were afraid of her. She would get angry over the smallest things. Whenever you made a mistake or ignored her, her anger would surface. She was manipulative. Every time you mentioned breaking up, she would threaten that she would harm herself without you. She used a forbidden spell of the fallen angels to make you immortal alongside her, ensuring that you would live together for thousands of years without separation. In Kyoto, it was night, and the city lights illuminated the streets where people walked, shopped, or dined. However, on the rooftops, a dark figure moved swiftly. It was a boy with 9 foxtails and fox ears, dressed in black with dark hair, blue eyes, and a light blue scarf. He carried a katana on his back and was running at full speed, scanning the area for something or someone. Eventually, he paused to catch his breath. This was a Kyubi yokai, the right hand of Yasaka, who had gone missing a few days prior. You and Kunu had started a search for her. While searching at night, you noticed a group of 5 individuals accompanying another Kyubi yokai, 4 girls and 1 boy. You sensed that 3 of them were demons, 1 had draconic energy, another was an angel, and the most intriguing was a Nordic woman. You decided to continue your search, but a crow yokai arrived to inform you that you needed to go to Yasaka's temple to speak with the leader of the fallen angels and the Mao Leviathan. You nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arrival, you saw the same group from before alongside Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, and Sarafal, the Leviathan. During the meeting, they discussed Yasaka's disappearance. You spoke in place of Kunu, who had fallen asleep in your lap, as you acted like a father figure to her. Throughout the meeting, you noticed the Nordic woman watching you intently, her cheeks flushed. Despite your attempts to ignore her, you found it increasingly difficult. In the end, everyone decided to search for the yokai leader together. As you walked through the streets of Kyoto, the night was bright, and you wanted to relax. During Yasaka's absence, you had taken charge of the faction. You were lost in thought when someone suddenly grabbed your shoulder, causing you to instinctively throw a punch, stopping just before contact. You recognized the Nordic woman, who looked surprised by your reaction. Confused, you asked her what she was doing there. She appeared nervous but managed to explain that she was just visiting and needed a guide. She suggested that she could treat you to a drink. After a moment of consideration, you agreed but warned her not to appear so suddenly again, as it could lead to dangerous situations. She sighed in response and followed you. At the bar, you found yourself slightly tipsy alongside Rossweisse, who was completely drunk. She expressed her confusion about your past, asking if it was true that your parents had abandoned you and that Yasaka had taken you in when you were 13. You nodded, and she felt sympathy for you. She then encouraged you to enjoy the present, stating that she would help you relax. As she approached you with a smile, you were too lost in your thoughts to notice. When you turned to ask her something, she kissed you. Deep down, a voice urged you to pull away, but she held you firmly. Gradually, you succumbed to her advances as she explored your mouth, and you lost track of time until you needed to breathe. When you finally separated, you noticed hearts in her eyes, but you dismissed it as a side effect of the alcohol. The next day, in Yasaka's office, she was lovingly stroking her daughter, who clung to her. You stood behind her, smiling at the scene. Kunu had stayed with Yasaka since the kidnapping incident. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Yasaka allowed Rossweisse to enter. She appeared flustered as she looked at you. Yasaka greeted her calmly and asked what brought her there. Rossweisse took a deep breath before nervously explaining that she wanted to know if you could come with them to Kuo to attend school, as you still had time to catch up on your studies. Yasaka remained silent, contemplating the request while you silently prayed to avoid school. Yasaka accepted happily, while you were busy venting your frustrations. She noticed your demeanor and smiled mischievously as you stared at the ground. Rossweisse chimed in, expressing her willingness to handle the paperwork, bowing to Yasaka before skipping out of the room. A few days later, you found yourself entering an extravagant mansion with Rossweisse, who showed you her room, stating that she would be sleeping with you. You questioned why you couldn't sleep in the other rooms, but she simply gestured without explanation. As you turned, you noticed a figure resembling Rossweisse, her eyes glowing red. You quickly entered the room to put away your belongings, but Rossweisse playfully pushed you onto the bed and lay down on top of you. And so it all began. You were enrolled at Kuo Academy, and before long, you became quite popular, with all the girls vying for your attention. However, something unexpected happened the next day. Rossweisse was on her way to see her little fox, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she noticed other girls approaching you. She felt compelled to do something about it. In front of Rossweisse, you stood with a girl unknown to her. The girl nervously asked if she could speak with you, and you nodded, encouraging her to take a deep breath. She then blurted out her feelings, expressing her desire to go out with you. You calmly replied that you were flattered but not interested in dating, suggesting friendship instead. The girl, though disappointed, accepted your offer and left with a smile. You were a spirit known as Jack Frost, a ghostly yokai with the ability to manipulate ice and wind, having lived for 5,000 years. You first met her in a winter forest while you were skating on the frozen water. She believed in you, allowing her to see you. For years, she visited you every winter, convinced that you were the perfect person to be her husband. She revealed that she had watched you since childhood, and as time passed, you both became good friends, though she desired more. You met daily until one day, she didn't show up. You felt abandoned and never returned to that lake. Unbeknownst to you, a civil war raged in the underworld between the children of the original demon lords and the resistance. She was forced to participate and couldn't come to see you. During the war, she heard rumors of girls who had seen or spoken to you, and in a moment of anger, she acted against them. After the war ended and she escaped, she sought you out, but you were nowhere to be found. For years, she searched for you, her sanity slowly unraveling. Eventually, she found you soaring over an ancient area of Japan, where you were playfully racing against a giant rabbit. When you came face to face, neither of you knew how to react. As you tried to leave, she wouldn't let you go. You didn't want to remember her, but she was determined not to be forgotten. She didn't want her husband to forget her. She followed you everywhere, unwilling to lose sight of you. She believed you could help her ensure that the Leviathan bloodline wouldn't fade away. Despite her fierce nature, you were surprised by her affectionate side. She loved lying on top of you, often pampering you as if you were master and servant. Whenever she felt stressed or angry, she would comb your hair, finding it the softest she had ever touched. Recently, she had seen you talking with another girl, and you could expect her to wait for hours at the hospital afterward. Whenever she was very upset, she would leave you feeling hurt. One day, she had tormented you all day long, using her Leviathan clan spells to teach you a lesson for disobeying her. You were a renowned bounty hunter, never having failed a mission, well known in the supernatural world. She was going to hire you at Kokabiel's request, but instead, she ended up falling for you even more. As one of your many admirers, she knew all about your exploits. When she met you in person for the first time, she became nervous. What she thought would be a simple job turned into something entirely different. For her, it was the happiest day of her life. Now, she claimed you as her own and wouldn't let you go easily. She was protective, not wanting her partner to be unfaithful. Her punishments were either very exciting or quite terrifying. There was no middle ground. She loved making you nervous, and since discovering how to do so, she hadn't stopped. Sitting on your lap was her favorite thing to do, and she enjoyed being dominated by you. The other day, she saw you with Ryanair and showed up with a dramatic entrance. She liked holding your hands, finding them soft and comforting. She was a monster with your feelings. The story began with a connection formed during a student council meeting, where Tsubaki Shinra found herself captivated by a certain individual. She spent more time with him than with Sona, who was supportive of her feelings and helped her in every way possible to win his heart. However, Tsubaki discovered that he was already in a relationship, likely with a being from the supernatural realm. Her feelings deepened when he complimented her beautiful eyes, even though they were heterochromatic. Tsubaki was incredibly possessive, refusing to let him get close to anyone else. She believed that only she deserved his attention. They often shared quiet moments together, where she would read while he slept, occasionally stealing a kiss when she thought he wouldn't notice. Tsubaki moved in with him, concerned about his loneliness and sadness. She wanted to shield him from the supernatural world, but he was already familiar with it. He was known as a skilled assassin, going by the name Altair. His frequent absences for missions frustrated Tsubaki, who would only allow him to leave for important tasks. Upon his return from one mission, she noticed a mark on his neck. Anger consumed her, leading her to confine him in the basement as a consequence of what she perceived as betrayal. Tsubaki would inflict minor injuries on him, a reflection of her jealousy whenever she felt he was unfaithful. This cycle continued for years until one day, he passed away. For years, she blamed herself for not turning him into a demon, but decades later, she encountered a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. After many years, they found themselves reunited once more. In another tale, the protagonist belonged to a nearly extinct clan of dragons known as the Night Fury. His mother was from this clan, while his father was a fallen angel. He met Penemu when factions sought to form an alliance with the dragons, and he was chosen as his clan's representative. The alliance included a political marriage, and he was to marry Penemu. Initially reluctant, Penemu felt an inexplicable pull towards him as she got to know him. They moved into a house on his territory, where he often returned home stressed from work, and she was there to comfort him. Though her cooking skills were lacking at first, she eventually learned to prepare meals for him. Before he left for work, she would remind him that if he were unfaithful, he would not like the consequences. Their relationship had its humorous moments, such as when she insisted he dress up for her whims, which he found amusing. She frequently took him to church, a routine that became part of their lives. However, a night of drinking with friends led to trouble when she discovered his antics, leaving him to face her wrath. As their wedding approached, they spent time shopping for her white dress, and he found himself enchanted by the delicious desserts they encountered. However, a dark shadow loomed over their happiness when news broke of 3 girls found dead, each with a connection to him. Their wedding day was unforgettable, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Over the years, he learned to meet her needs, and they welcomed a daughter who resembled her mother and found herself infatuated with a boy from her class. Life had its challenges, but they faced them together, with Tsubaki affectionately calling him her Dragon-kun, urging him to let her pamper him. In Japan, in the well-known city of Kuo, a boy walked through the streets at night. He wore black clothing, several violet belts, and a cape. This was moving through the dark night without a care. As he was about to cross the street, he had to jump to avoid a sudden attack, landing atop a streetlight. Below him stood a renegade demon, its body deformed. Its legs resembled those of a lion, its arms those of an eagle, and it had a dragon's tail. From the waist up, it appeared as a girl with a crazed smile. It was curious how renegades seemed to flock to him like metal to a magnet, he thought monotonously, just as he dodged the dragon tail of the renegade and landed in front of it. The demon grinned and opened its mouth, conjuring a purple magic circle from which a lightning bolt shot forth. He simply raised his hand, summoning a purple flower that blocked the attack. When the assault ceased, he didn't notice the renegade behind him, who struck him hard, sending him crashing into an abandoned building. Annoyed, he emerged from the rubble, drawing a katana from his cape. He felt serious as he declared that the renegade had made him angry and that he had something important to do. Darkness began to emanate from his katana, moving his hair. The renegade roared and charged at him, and he prepared to counterattack. As the demon closed in, he executed a horizontal slash, cutting the renegade, which fell to the ground and began to dissolve into particles. He sheathed his katana, which was strapped to his back. As he turned to leave, he sensed several energies clashing against a larger one. He paused, feeling the presence of another person. A sinister smile crept across his face as he broke the ground beneath him and leaped toward the energies. Meanwhile, a group known as Grimmery was engaged in battle with a renegade that, while not large, radiated immense energy. The renegade resembled an ant walking on 2 legs. Just as it was about to attack, Issei prepared a dragon shot, but something fell between the combatants. It was him, surveying the scene until he spotted a blonde girl with emerald eyes, to whom he returned a sinister smile. The renegade, caught off guard, lunged at him. He also charged forward, drawing his katana, and their weapons clashed. They exchanged blows at incredible speed, neither able to land a hit on the other. The renegade struck first, hitting him in the stomach and forcing him to retreat. Determined, he unleashed a series of rapid slashes. He invoked the power of darkness, launching several swift cuts, but the renegade only managed to evade. As it prepared to attack, he appeared above it, attempting to slice it in half, but the renegade caught the blade with both hands. Feeling a surge of desperation, he headbutted the renegade, leaving them both momentarily dazed. The renegade, now bored and referred to as Baru, leaped into the air, unfurling a pair of wings. He shook off the daze and focused on Baru, closing his eyes. In mere seconds, several versions of himself appeared, all charging forward in a dark streak. He shouted the name of his technique, and all his duplicates rushed at high speed. Baru struggled to evade them, but just as he appeared in front of the renegade, everything slowed down. With his katana poised to cut Baru in half, the renegade was left astonished, unable to react in time. And so, he sliced through Baru, who then fell to the ground, dissolving into particles. As Baru touched the ground, he vanished completely. He landed in front of Asia, who was startled and covered her eyes, bracing for the worst. After a few moments, she uncovered her eyes to see him kneeling as if he were a knight. Confused, she opened her mouth to speak, but he thanked her in a voice filled with gratitude. Everyone around was puzzled as to why he was thanking Asia, but she was the most bewildered of all. Asia, stammering, asked why he was thanking her, as she had not done anything. Nervously, she expressed her surprise, but he interrupted her to say that he wanted to thank her for saving his life. He spoke respectfully, and after a moment of confusion, she realized what he meant. She was genuinely happy and a bit nervous as he confirmed his identity. He had been searching for her to express his gratitude for saving him from certain death, smiling happily while the rest of the Grimmery group looked on, puzzled by the situation. Issei, feeling jealous, asked who this person was, while Asia happily explained that he was the demon she had mentioned, the one who had healed her, which had led to her being expelled from the church. This revelation surprised everyone, especially Rias, who recognized him immediately. She expressed her astonishment, and the others looked at her in confusion. Zenobia, the former believer, questioned Rias about her knowledge of him, and Rias confirmed with a firm nod, prompting him to smile in response. Rias then spoke about his clan's reputation for their significant role in the war, mentioning how their first head Arento had faced the Trihexa and inflicted serious damage. She noted that they had great control over darkness and were prodigies, with him being the best, undefeated in battle and possessing perfect control over his magic, capable of creating portals and much more. The group felt a chill at the thought of him being a potential threat, but fortunately, he was good. Rias then asked him seriously what he was doing there. He nervously smiled and explained that he had come to thank Asia for healing him and that Rell Lucifer and Leviathan had sent him to protect her and Sona due to the recent increase in renegades, believed to be linked to the Cow's Brigade. He initially spoke nervously but became serious as he looked at Rias, who nodded while noticing Asia smiling sweetly at him, but she dismissed any concerns, believing nothing could be wrong. Time passed, and he found himself walking through the streets of Kuo during the day, feeling bored since the entire Grimmery group was at Kuo Academy. Having finished his studies at 12 due to his intelligence, he wandered through a park but felt a sense of being watched. The presence observing him was unsettling, yet he managed to keep his emotions in check. He recalled how Asia had said the previous day had been the best of her life. She was so happy to see him, having moved into the house Rias provided, and they shared a bed. As he walked, he spotted an ice cream stand and headed toward it, sensing the energy of the person watching him. However, when he turned to look, the person was gone. Unbeknownst to him, a girl with blonde hair and striking emerald eyes was watching him from a distance, smiling eerily as she leaned against a railing, resting her chin on her hands. She mused about how they were finally together again, recalling the time she had healed and cared for him, but she wondered why he had abandoned her. In the occult club, the Grimmery group sat in silence, watching as Asia fed him. Some felt uncomfortable, others jealous, especially Issei, who was boiling with envy. Ireina, tired of the situation, stood up and approached them. In a sudden move, she grabbed his arm and pulled him away, which angered Asia, who took hold of his other arm. Asia, surprised and upset, questioned Ireina's actions, while Ireina insisted that she also had the right to spend time with him. Their argument escalated, and both girls shouted at him to be quiet, leaving him feeling intimidated by their fierce glares. Rias, reaching her limit, intervened, telling them to let him go and suggesting that Ireina should return to the skies as Michael needed her. Reluctantly, they released him, and he fell to the ground, bewildered by the turn of events. He thought to himself about the oddity of two women fighting over him, unsure whether to feel fear or joy as he watched Asia murmur angrily at Rias, who seemed unfazed. He returned to sit beside Asia, who offered him a bento. He happily accepted the bite she provided, complimenting her cooking, which made her smile with delight. A few days later, he lay in his room feeling a bit bored while Asia was downstairs cooking something. He had recently spoken with one of his spies in the Cow's Brigade when Asia called out to him cheerfully to come eat. You didn't pay much attention and put on your shoes to head downstairs. When you reached the ground floor to meet her, Asia was there in a maid outfit. She looked at you with a smile and asked why you were surprised by her attire. Asia explained that Aquino had recommended the outfit for cooking, her innocent demeanor making you blush and look away. Inside, she thought to herself that she had bought it for your enjoyment, her smile hiding a more twisted intent. Asia then playfully asked if you didn't like the outfit, suggesting she could take it off if that was the case. You quickly reassured her that it suited her well, making her happy. Setting that aside, Asia revealed that she had prepared your favorite meal, her bright smile contagious as you took a seat across from her. You took a bite, your eyes lighting up with excitement at the taste, and you began to eat more quickly, unaware of her darker smile watching you. Suddenly, you felt something was off and stopped eating. Asia observed you closely, asking if something was wrong and commenting on how cute you looked. You glanced at your plate and asked her what she had added to the food, your tone serious. She smiled sweetly, claiming it was just some seasonings, her voice taking on a slightly eerie tone that made you uneasy. As you stood up to leave, a wave of heat washed over you. You clutched your body, breathing heavily as a blush crept across your cheeks. Looking around, you saw Asia still smiling, sitting on the table, her expression unreadable. They had met for the first time during one of their missions, and you had unknowingly captivated her with your beauty and personality. You were a well-known model, and Asia loved you in a way that was different from anyone else. She had defied Kokabeel multiple times just to see you. They often spent time together, going for walks, eating, or simply enjoying each other's company, inseparable. You took her along to photo shoots, interviews, and other events. Asia was fiercely protective and somewhat jealous. Throughout your relationship, she had dealt with many girls who showed interest in you, but it was all in a friendly manner. Asia often stayed over at your house, and you both slept together, her head resting on your chest. Recently, she discovered you had a girlfriend, and it hadn't gone over well. Asia usually slept on your chest, her personal pillow. When you were offered a role in a movie, she had a friendly chat with the director and secured the role of the protagonist's love interest. Asia wanted you all to herself, but there were too many obstacles, especially from the supernatural realm. She sought help from Great Red to gain power, and she succeeded. In a moment of desperation, she eliminated all the fallen angels while you were in Gregory, intending to kidnap you. She took you to an abandoned house, where her true intentions unfolded. In her playful yet sinister tone, she declared that you could not escape her love. Chapter End. In the context of the story, you are a half-vampire. When you experience physical or mental harm, a certain amount of time activates a unique ability within you. You encountered Sikvera one day while facing another vampire. The fight between you and her had no conclusion, as Rias arrived unexpectedly. She was captivated, feeling something she had never felt before. However, what she truly felt was an obsession with you. Rias sent several of her servants to ambush you, capturing you and bringing you before her. She declared that from that moment on, you belonged to her. She took you to all her training sessions, where you often found yourself exhausted and unable to feel your arms or legs. There were various types of training that left you feeling numb, as if you had lost parts of yourself. One of her favorite pastimes was to have you lie on her lap while she gently stroked your hair. Despite this, you always managed to escape at night to explore the human world. However, Rias had a dark side. She had taken the life of your best friend, the one you had fallen for. She frequently forced you to show affection towards her, and when you disobeyed, she resorted to harsh punishments. One such punishment left you in a fierce confrontation with her. Rias often subjected you to torment as a punishment, using a seal that suppressed all your strength, making it impossible for you to break free from her chains. She enjoyed watching you, especially right after you had bathed. In front of other women, she would assert her claim over you in ways that made it clear you were hers. Recently, 3 of her servants were reported dead, and it was suspected that Rias was involved. With everyone suspecting her, she decided to eliminate all potential witnesses, leaving behind 2 false bodies to escape to a cabin in the woods. There, you spent your lives together, raising children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren over the years, without aging a day. As the heir of the Agris clan, Rias felt entitled to keep you by her side. Chapter End. In the underworld, you were known as the assassin of Incursio, skilled in the art of assassination. However, the downside was that you were the brother of Valerie Lucifer, making you Rias in male form. On the day you were born, Rias was anxious, even though she was not giving birth to anyone. When she received the news of your successful DLVY, she rushed to see you and was captivated by her little brother. She promised that you would live in a world without war, where you would not have to endure what she had faced in her childhood. Rias always tried to finish her tasks quickly or escape them just to be with you. She was fiercely protective, ensuring that no servant would dare touch you. If they did, they mysteriously turned up dead the next morning. She loved to pamper you, wanting you to know that everything you desired was within reach with her. You often slept deeply, unaware that she watched over you as you rested. Rias was incredibly jealous, never allowing you to get close to Sarafal, fearing that she would take you away from her. As the years passed, Rias became increasingly busy, neglecting to spend time with you. One day, when she came to see you, she learned that you had gone to the human world. Time went on, and while you focused on your studies, she began to lose her sanity. In her state of distress, she was not informed that you were to marry Rell Phoenix, the heiress of the Phoenix clan. When she discovered this, she argued fiercely with her parents. During a raiding game against Rell, Rias watched as you wielded Incursio, a family relic that had been evolved into a powerful armor. She felt joy until she saw Issei Shidu asking for your hand in marriage, and you accepted, having fallen for her. Rias was losing her grip on reality, and her obsession grew. She began to stalk you, having eliminated her queen and friend Graia simply because she did not allow you to see her. Rias took your clothes and items you no longer used, watching you sleep every night. She eliminated members of the council who sought to arrange your marriage with other girls. Then one day, the Trihexa appeared, and the war against the Cows Brigade began. You had evolved Incursio even further, reaching its third form. You and Issei faced the Trihexa head-on, which infuriated Cerise. You ended up unconscious due to the battle, and you took the opportunity to escape, eliminating all the girls from your harem and their parents. When you woke up, she punished you for being unfaithful to your wife. Years passed, and you found yourself falling in love with your older sister. You lived alongside her for many years. The tyrant made you immortal, and during the war, she drank the blood of Ophis, granting her immense power and immortality. There was no way for you to escape. She often expressed her desire for your happiness by saying how much she wanted you by her side. In your story, you were a boy from the Zoldyck clan, always by the side of Yasaka, the clan leader. You were known for being close to Kunu. They had known each other since childhood, and you saved her from being captured by fallen angels. They spent most of their days together, but you were too innocent for the games Kunu suggested. Kunu often took you everywhere, wanting your attention solely for herself. She watched over you so closely that you felt you had no privacy. Disputes arose between her and the other girls, as both were the same age, 12. Kunu had a habit of affectionately kissing your neck, and one day, she arrived upset after a dream in which you were with someone else. You tried to distance yourself, but she threatened that if you did, you would witness bloodshed in your family. She insisted you sleep beside her. Kunu had harmed several girls, including teenagers and even married women. One day, her mother discovered her actions, leading to a confrontation that ended tragically. Kunu was chosen to be a queen but needed a king, and it was clear whom she selected. You were compelled to marry her, still unable to admit your feelings for her. They lived many years together, had children and grandchildren, and eventually passed away in the same place where they first met, beneath a cherry blossom tree in the center of a lake. Kunu had grown up feeling lonely until one day, they reunited, and things took a turn for the worse. You were well known for establishing the best university in the world and were recognized as the greatest swordsman in the supernatural realm. When you spent time with Kunu, you would often eat, stroll, talk, or go on dates together. She showered you with gifts, but she also had responsibilities as the future leader of the yokai faction, which she tried to manage quickly. One day, she discovered you had a girlfriend, and her composure shattered. She began to neglect her duties to keep a close eye on you. Your clothes, including your undergarments, mysteriously disappeared, regardless of whether they were used or not. In a fit of jealousy, she eliminated your girlfriend and kidnapped you. She used yokai arts to torment you, suppressing your energy and causing you pain. Years passed, and she broke you mentally, leading to a vacation together in Miami. You were the third demon to appear after Rinius. She founded the Grimmery clan, while you established your own clan. You spent time together, and she never let you go anywhere without her. She often played pranks on you, and you always fell for them. During the war against God and Azazel, both of you survived. She kept her survival a secret, and you remained unaware of her existence. She passed her title to her son, who carried your blood, and chose to sleep to avoid aging. Years later, she awoke to find Circe as a child but did not see you. After the war, she returned to her slumber, saddened by your absence. When she finally woke again, she met Rias and Issei, inquiring about you, only to learn that you had been presumed dead after a month of not being found. She knew you were alive and would search for you at all costs. Eventually, she found you in a house on an island, which you called the Kame House. That day, she didn't leave your side, showering you with affection. When she learned you had descendants, her anger flared. She would not allow anyone to hurt you. She imposed strict rules, insisting you let her live with you and share your bed. She was fiercely protective, allowing only Rias, Venolana, and Graia near you, as they were the only ones she trusted. She often played pranks on any woman who approached you, making jokes that involved the two of you. While it seemed she allowed you to go out, she was always watching over you. You were unaware of her presence while you slept, but she was there, ensuring your safety. Your clothes would disappear, and you were left wondering why. You didn't notice a small hole in the wall. She knows how to cook delicious meals and has a few skis that will make you dream literally. The other day, she became furious because you were talking to another woman. She appeared at your door, her expression cold and unyielding. She loves being caressed, it's her way of relaxing. You woke up in the basement, the reason being that you had told her you were in a relationship. She had taken care of your partner in the room next door. She tortured you, leaving you with cuts and applying lemon juice to them, using knives in non-vital areas, and employing her magic of fire, wind, and earth. You endured for half a year without giving up, but she used a seal to control you, and eventually, you succumbed to her will. 2 months later, you were married and had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. She insisted that you sleep beside her for eternity, waking and sleeping together for years. She would say that it was only 2 girls who wanted to separate you from her, and she had to act. The first Grimmery was here. She used everything she remembered about her. It had been a long time since the DxD novel, and you wondered if it had continued or what had happened to it. The next woman would be Sarafal Leviathan. You were an ancient being with power equal to the Great Red, a fallen angel. One day, you were invited to a meeting of the factions. She was there watching you closely. You were told that you had to take care of her until further notice. You lived in a mansion in Kuo. Although you were busy with work, you always tried to leave early. Both of you slept together, even though she had her own room. She often cooked, cleaned, or tended to your plants as a way to thank you for letting her live with you. Her jealousy was evident. She always believed you were with another girl, leading her to search for ways to win your forgiveness. Sometimes she could be manipulative, always seeking something from you: kisses, caresses, gifts, and more. At night, she would watch you, even taking a few pictures. She would hide your clothes just to smell them. She had eliminated several girls, including your secretary and Sona. She often watched you train, admiring your muscular physique. She would use her famous puppy eyes to gain your approval for various things. She often argued with Kuroka for your attention. She would let you slide her hair, which was incredibly soft. The other day, she saw 3 girls flirting with you and later found them in a dark alley. One day, she added something to your food, and the next thing you knew, you woke up in the basement. She began to torment you, using angelic light to hurt you and the most potent poisons that wouldn't kill you. She would stab your arms and legs with various weapons. It was a year of constant torment, and eventually, you broke. 3 years after your breaking point, you got married and a girl came into the world. It wasn't so bad. You didn't feel alone as your son-in-law was in the same situation, having inherited traits from his mother. She would tease you, saying that just because you were the second most powerful being in the world didn't mean you could challenge your wife. You met her when you were with Hades, serving as his strongest warrior. At first, she didn't pay much attention to you, but over time, you became her center of interest. Eventually, both of you fell in love and became a couple. After a year, Everything changed one day when you discovered she was unfaithful with Sekirei, Hayuda Issei. As a respectable man, you accepted her choice for the sake of her happiness. Time passed, and you decided to leave Hades' service, which she accepted. Nyx began to lose feelings for Issei, especially since he didn't give her the attention she craved, focusing only on Rias and the others. Later, she remembered you and came back, but you were no longer with Hades. She searched everywhere for you, except in one place, the Antarctic. With a seal that allowed you to maintain a stable temperature, you could live peacefully there. When she found you, she begged for you to return, crying and kneeling before you. You were indecisive, but something told you to stay away, so you rejected her. In a fit of anger, she attacked you, injuring your arm. Realizing what she had done, she apologized in every way she could, but you just wanted her to leave. Angrily, she declared that you would be hers no matter what. Months passed until Hades asked you to return for an important mission. The task was to help contain the Trihexa with several others. You, along with Vale and Issei, faced the Trihexa, but someone was watching from a distance. After the battle, you returned home, only to find her waiting for you. You wanted her to leave, but you were so exhausted from the war that you let her stay with you. She often cooked for you, even if she was still learning. She always helped clean your house, and without you noticing, she would watch you with a somewhat mysterious smile. Chilling. The beautiful girl always made him want to shower her with affection. As a skilled tease, she was always close by, keeping a watchful eye on him. She had many secrets hidden away, including a small shrine dedicated to him, as if he were a deity. She was incredibly affectionate, greeting him with warm hugs whenever he returned home, always wanting to kiss him, though he often dodged her advances, which frustrated her. Her jealousy was intense. She would not allow any other girls to approach him. She insisted on sitting on his lap, leaving marks on his neck as a reminder of her possessiveness. She often claimed that if they were in a relationship, she would be the one in control, though even she found that hard to believe. One day, she caught him talking to Zenobia, and when he arrived home, she was waiting for him. They ended up arguing and he told her she did not own him, which only fueled her anger. That night, she kept a close watch on him, determined to keep him in her sights for the rest of their lives. Her voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that he belonged by her side. He was the best friend of Issei, and while both were known for their mischievous behavior, he was less intense. One day, Issei invited him over, unaware that he was leading him into a complicated situation. Upon entering, he found Issei's mother, Miki, who was struggling with her marriage and feeling frustrated. Initially, she paid him little attention, seeing him as just another friend of Issei's. However, as time passed, she began to engage in conversation with him. Miki soon learned that his mischievous tendencies were influenced by Issei, but she seemed to find him charming nonetheless. As her frustration with her husband grew, she sought ways to release that tension. Eventually, she convinced him that they could be more than just acquaintances. They shared secret kisses when Issei or Goro weren't around, and this continued for a year until Goro returned to their lives. Miki decided to sever their special bond and return to being just friends, which hurt him deeply as he had developed feelings for her. Everything returned to how it was before, and he moved away, seemingly without her noticing. One day, she discovered that Goro had been unfaithful and her anger boiled over. In a fit of rage, she took a knife from the kitchen, planning to confront him and his lover. As memories of her time with him flooded back, she felt a longing for the happiness they once shared. After cleaning up, she headed to his new home, knowing the way from her many visits. When she arrived, she was met by his mother, who informed her that he had moved to the United States. For long years had passed since everything began. When he returned, he was a changed man, looking quite different from before. He greeted his best friend, only to find Miki there. The moment she saw him, she recognized him instantly. That day, she refused to let him out of her sight, knowing that if she did, he might slip away again. Issei was thrilled, as he was preparing to marry 8 women. He invited him to the wedding, and he chose to bring Miki as his date. At the wedding, she noticed him talking to Gracia, and a surge of possessiveness washed over her. She felt an urge to eliminate the competition but decided to hold back for the moment. As the ceremony progressed, she continued to see him conversing with Graphia, and her patience wore thin. Using an excuse, she led Graphia away, intending to confront her. Somehow, she discovered where he was staying and persuaded him to move in with her. She insisted they share everything, sleeping, eating, and even bathing together. She loved seeing his body and wanted him to admire hers in return. Her actions stemmed from a desire to rekindle their past relationship, though he remained oblivious to her true intentions, which only frustrated her further. She feared that if she failed to achieve her goal, he would end up like Goru. One day, she told him to meet her at the park. When she arrived, she saw him talking to another girl, and her mind shattered under the weight of emotions and memories. In a moment of uncontrollable rage, she took a hidden weapon and confronted the girl right in front of him. Afterward, she forcibly took him back to her home. Once there, she unleashed her pent-up frustration, leaving him bruised and battered until she finally tired. In a moment of possessiveness, she bit his neck, declaring that he now belonged to her. She locked him inside her home, ensuring he would never leave again. Over time, he felt himself breaking, and she allowed him to do as he pleased, knowing he understood who he belonged to. Her voice lingered in his ears, reminding him not to stray too far, wanting to feel his warmth beside her. In the depths of a forest, a figure that appeared to be female walked calmly among the trees. Suddenly, she stopped and leaped powerfully onto a branch, beginning to jump from tree to tree at great speed. She arrived at a clearing and settled on the branch where she landed, waiting for something, or rather, someone. In the distance, a person emerged from the forest and made his way to the center of the clearing. He surveyed the area and began to draw symbols with his hands, from which a dark aura emanated, separating and reaching the ground, where shadowy beings emerged. The boy drew his katana and charged at the dark beings, who also lunged at him. Kuroka Tuju, one of the last two Nicomedas, watched him with admiration. She could spend years gazing at him, wishing to approach, embrace, and cherish him, but fear held her back. She had been observing him for some time now. The boy, known as TN, was the love of her life. He studied at Kuo Academy and had a passion for using the katana, a skill that seemed to come naturally to him. While he was a prodigy with the sword, he was often distracted and lazy, preferring to spend his days sleeping. He was also half-fallen angel. Kuroka recalled the day she first saw him. It was the happiest day of her life. In her memory, Kuroka walked along a forest path, her face reflecting boredom as she looked around. She lamented how her companions were busy with their own activities, leaving her feeling restless. She had lost her way while lost in thought and realized she needed to find her way back. As she wandered, she heard the sounds of clashing swords in the distance. Curiosity piqued, she began to run. After a few minutes, she arrived at the scene and saw the boy fighting against a dark creature larger than himself. He skillfully dodged and blocked the creature's powerful sword strikes. With a mighty leap, he soared high into the air, while the dark being unleashed a series of slashes that split into multiple attacks. The boy quickly adapted, dividing his focus to counter each threat. He executed a powerful strike that cracked the ground, but the creature evaded it. When he landed, he had to duck to avoid a move, then delivered an upward kick that pushed his opponent back. The creature quickly recovered and attempted to strike again, but he blocked the attack and delivered a cut that severed the creature's arm. With swift precision, he delivered a vertical slash, dissipating the dark being. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Kuroka had been watching intently from behind a tree, hidden from his sight. From that moment on, she returned out of curiosity, and as days passed, her feelings deepened. Whenever he was there, he was not training but rather playing with animals, caring for wolf pups and eagle chicks. For some reason, she imagined him as the father of her children, a thought she tried to shake off but couldn't. One day, she decided to approach him in her cat form. He noticed her as a new animal, cared for her, and spoke to her as if she could respond. It felt good to be treated like Kuroka, not as the criminal Nikomeda she was known to be. When she returned to her thoughts, she saw him lying on the ground. Taking her cat form, she approached him. He greeted her, and she meowed in response, rubbing against his legs to signal her desire to rest there. He understood, picked her up, and laid her down beside him. She settled in, ready to sleep next to his warm yet intimidating aura, which she had grown accustomed to over time. He gently stroked her head, making her purr. Suddenly, she felt a vibration on his leg as he took out his phone to answer a call. TN spoke with uncertainty, asking who was on the line. A voice responded and he smiled, causing Kuroka to open one eye, curious. He expressed excitement about going on a date, leaving Kuroka shocked. Who was this person inviting him out? Many questions swirled in his mind. He decided to get up, causing Kuroka to reluctantly move off his lap. As he walked away into the forest, she watched him go, first with a shocked expression that quickly turned to anger. Kuroka couldn't believe that another girl had the audacity to ask her angel to go on a date, and she was furious that he had accepted. She vowed to show everyone who he truly belonged to and that they should never provoke her. 3 days passed without him training in the forest, and Kuroka began to feel anxious from the absence of his presence. She decided to use her senjutsu to locate him, which she accomplished with ease. She discovered that he lived near Issei Hayadu's house, alone with his little black cat named Kira. Kuroka felt a pang of jealousy, but it intensified when she arrived just as he was bathing. She sensed someone watching her and, upon searching for the source, heard a soft meow of pain. Quickly, she grabbed a towel and rushed downstairs to find her little cat, seemingly asleep. Kira was black with yellow eyes, just like Kuroka. During those days, he occupied himself with chores and organizing his home. When he finally decided to return to the forest to train, he noticed that Kira was missing. He thought it was typical for cats to wander off and assumed she would return soon. However, upon arriving, he immediately sensed a powerful yokai presence. Turning to see who it was, he found Kuroka lounging on her usual branch, watching him train. She expressed her delight that he had finally noticed her presence. He felt nervous and overwhelmed by the aura she emitted, sensing her jealousy and anger swirling around her. Everything her aura touched seemed to shatter, except for the branch she rested on. Kuroka teased him about how he spoke to her, reminding him of the affectionate name he used for her when she curled up on his lap. He was shocked to realize she was indeed the same cat. Confused, he wondered why he had never sensed her yokai energy before. As she leaped down to him, he instinctively stepped back, but she only laughed. He attempted to draw his katana, only to find she had already taken it and was unsheathing it with ease. Her whisper sent chills down his spine, and before he knew it, she was caressing his cheek. Paralyzed by fear, he felt her emotions through senjutsu, which startled her. To calm him, she took his face in her hands and kissed him. He was taken aback, feeling himself lean into her soft lips. Just as he reached for her waist, he realized what he was doing and tried to pull away, but she held his hands firmly against her hips. Minutes passed before she finally broke the kiss, leaving him asleep. When he awoke, he had a headache and felt an odd pain in his hips. He brushed it off, but then noticed something alarming: he wasn't wearing his underwear. Confused about how he ended up there, he propped himself up on what felt like a pillow, only to hear a soft voice. When he turned, he saw Kuroka sleeping peacefully beside him. Startled, he fell to the floor, realizing he was missing his shirt as well. Kuroka stretched and yawned, then crawled closer to him, greeting him with a playful smile. He felt nervous and tried to back away, but she only laughed at his reaction. She explained that she needed to know her future home, which confused him even more. However, he could sense her jealousy returning when she mentioned another girl had come by, calling for him. Kuroka's aura darkened, making him tremble as she pinned him to the ground, demanding to know why he was being called by another. He stammered an explanation, but she interrupted him with a swift blow to his stomach, causing him to gasp for breath. Kuroka's eyes turned cold as she declared that from now on, he belonged to her and would help restore her clan. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in Kuo, blood stained the walls and floor. At the far end, 2 figures could be seen. One lay on the ground, covered in cuts, the most severe running from shoulder to hip. The other figure, laughing maniacally, was Kuroka, reveling in her actions. She taunted the fallen girl, declaring that this was a lesson for getting too close to what was hers, her mind slowly unraveling as she laughed in the darkness. The threads of his sanity were slowly unraveling. An hour later, Kuroka was beside him, or rather, on top of him. She was playfully nuzzling his neck, a habit she had picked up since her return. It seemed she was marking her territory, wanting to ensure that no one else would come near him. Kuroka pulled back to observe him, taking in his eyes, hair, face, and his well-toned body. She suggested they take a bath together since they were both sweating. When he looked away nervously, she quickly changed her mind, proposing they prepare something to eat first. She teasingly liked his finger, making him even more flustered. No one had ever been this close to him, and she was fully aware of the effect she had on him. With a playful smile, she encouraged him to join her, surprising him and making him smile in return. Kuroka felt victorious. All it would take was a kiss and a few gentle touches, and he would be completely hers. He awoke feeling tired and turned to see her sleeping peacefully, a smile on her face. For some reason, seeing her happy brought him joy. He gently stroked her hair, and she began to purr softly. Glancing at the window, he noticed the sun was rising. As he turned back to her, she unexpectedly kissed him, pushing him back onto the bed. They spent some time in a warm embrace until she finally spoke. She told him she had to leave to take care of some important matters, her tone calm but her last words a soft whisper. He smiled and assured her it was fine, encouraging her to do what she needed to do. After they both got dressed, she departed through a magic circle, leaving him with a kiss. He settled on the couch, either reading or watching television, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kuroka arrived at the Cows Brigade's base. She entered the room where her team was supposed to gather, realizing she was the last to arrive. Inside, she found Vale leaning against the wall, waiting for her. He asked why she had taken so long, his serious demeanor prompting her to mask her irritation with a smile. Kuroka explained she had been busy with important matters. Vale, however, pressed her for the reasons behind her frequent disappearances, his draconic aura flaring with annoyance while she merely smirked. She mentioned there was a reason but chose to keep it to herself, thinking of a certain boy. Her lightheartedness only fueled Vale's anger, and he summoned his divine dividing wings, warning her to stop. He demanded she tell him what she was doing when she vanished or say goodbye to whatever was keeping her away. Kuroka approached him, and in a sudden move, she stabbed him in the abdomen. He smiled, not feeling much pain, but soon realized he was losing strength and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. He noticed the blood on the knife, his bright crimson mixed with a dull red. He understood who it belonged to. Samuel. Vale questioned her motives, but before he could finish, blood filled his mouth as he slowly succumbed. Kuroka explained that being part of the Cows Brigade held her back from her angel, so she decided to eliminate him and take Albion with her to protect her beloved from any danger. With a final farewell, she pierced Vale's back and seized a blue sphere, ignoring his protests. The next day, he was in his kitchen, dressed only in shorts. Kuroka had returned the night before, exhausted and unwilling to do anything. He decided to make breakfast while she remained in bed. After preparing the meal, he went upstairs to find her still lying down. She looked at him with a smile, sat up and yawned, her hair tousled. She thanked him and began to enjoy the delicious food he had made. He felt a sense of pride. No one had ever tasted his cooking before, and it was deeply satisfying for him. Kuroka thought to herself that he was a wonderful cook and that he would make the perfect husband. Watching her smile, he couldn't help but laugh, but he also sensed something unusual and energy emanating from her. Just hours earlier, news had spread that Hakuryuka had died, the cause being a knife laced with Samuel's blood. He dismissed the thought, attributing it to his imagination. 2 days later, he found himself in the park unexpectedly running into Rossweisse. They were friends, and she was his first friend. He had gone to the supermarket to buy food, unaware that Kuroka was looking for him. Kuroka smiled warmly at the sight of you with her. She said nothing and did nothing but watch you as you bid farewell to Rossweisse and ran home. Once you disappeared from view, she turned her attention back to Rossweisse, observing her closely. Kuroka conjured a small blue flame in her hand and sent it toward Rossweisse, who was completely unaware of it as it surrounded her before vanishing. This made Kuroka smile, and she began to run across the rooftops toward your home. The next day, you were in tears as Kuroka comforted you. Moments earlier, you had learned that Rossweisse had passed away, and the only evidence of her fate was a charred piece of her clothing. This devastated you. Your only friend had died, and you hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye. Kuroka tried to soothe you, saying that Rossweisse wouldn't have wanted to see you like this. She hesitated, realizing she was about to say something inappropriate, and quickly fell silent. You turned to her, and she recognized her mistake. You expressed your pain, saying that she was to blame. Your voice was hollow, and the light in your eyes was fading. Kuroka, unable to hide the truth any longer, admitted her role in the tragedy, stating that Rossweisse had been a hindrance to your relationship. Anger surged within you, a level of rage you had never felt before. You summoned a magical circle to draw your katana, which ignited in blue flames. You shouted in frustration, questioning why she had done it, insisting that Rossweisse was innocent and would never have interfered. Kuroka's grip tightened as she pulled you closer, her expression growing colder. She sensed the anger radiating from you, and it was clear that one more provocation could lead to dire consequences. She demanded to know what you were going to say, but you struggled against her hold. When it became clear that you wouldn't speak, she decided to end the confrontation and begin your punishment. With a powerful blow, she sent you crashing to the ground, knocking you out. She lifted you as if you were a sack of potatoes and carried you to a hidden basement in your house that you hadn't even known existed. A year later, you woke up in that dreadful basement, a place that felt like a scene from a horror movie. Over time, you had grown accustomed to it, waiting for Kuroka's arrival. Her presence had become addictive, and you found it hard to endure long without her. Though you appeared SBMSSV, you were not. Kuroka descended calmly, wearing a charming smile that felt off. She asked if you were finally going to propose to her. You smiled back at her, though it was tinged with sadness, knowing it was a facade. She leaned down to kiss you, filled with love and desperation to feel close to you, and you reciprocated her affection. 3 months later, you stood nervously at the altar, waiting for your bride. When the doors opened, everyone turned to see Kuroka in her wedding dress. You felt your cheeks flush as you took in her beauty. She, too, was nervous, hoping everything would go perfectly. She walked slowly down the aisle until you both stood face to face, gazing at each other with deep love. And so, the story came to an end. It was the day of the match between Japan and Germany. At the beginning of the game, Germany took the lead by 2 goals. However, when the protagonist entered the field, they managed to score a goal. Despite still fearing a re-injury to their ligament, a memory of her helped them overcome that fear. Winning the match brought immense joy, especially when they noticed that their entire family was present, including her. She attempted to rekindle their relationship, even if it meant being a bit forceful. Initially, the protagonist tried to avoid her, but her persistence eventually caught their attention. She began to shower them with affection, complimenting them and giving gentle kisses on the cheek. The protagonist didn't see anything wrong with this and, in a way, enjoyed it. However, when she tried to push the boundaries, they firmly told her to stop, expressing their desire to not pursue a relationship. She became upset and saddened but chose to remain silent. The next match against Costa Rica was challenging, with the opposing team leading by 1 goal. The Costa Rican goalkeeper was incredibly agile, making it difficult to score against him. In the final minute, Japan managed to turn the tide, winning 2. The protagonist felt elated after another victory, but they were unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Celebrations ensued with the team and family, but Yubaluna was quieter than usual, which went unnoticed by the protagonist. At the party, most were intoxicated, and the protagonist felt a bit dazed. They later woke up in a hotel room, tied to a bed, where she entered and took control of the situation throughout the night. Due to her actions, the protagonist was unable to play in the next match as she had taken them away from civilization. They found themselves on an isolated island, where she mentally broke them down, insisting they marry and live together for eternity. She declared that disobedience would lead to punishment, and her method of punishment was to make them do squats. In a different narrative, she was the most coveted woman in the supernatural world, with countless suitors, all of whom she rejected. She often claimed that her heart belonged to one person whom she would love forever, regardless of circumstances. In the past, before the War of the Three Biblical Factions, the protagonist lived in a village as a monk. She explored the human world and stumbled upon their village, deciding to visit. A spark ignited between them, and she was drawn to the warmth she felt in her heart. She spent time with the protagonist, reluctant to part ways, enjoying their company. However, war broke out, and their village became a battlefield with lives lost one by one. The protagonist was struck by a lance of light from a fallen angel. When she arrived, furious, she believed that the Trihexa was responsible for the devastation. She wept while holding the protagonist, who bid farewell with a final kiss. Before dying, they had fought against the original Mao Leviathan and Kokabeel, leaving the latter with some trauma, but at least they had protected their people. Years passed, and she remained alone in the dimensional rift, reminiscing about the protagonist. One day, while contemplating her future if they were alive, she felt a surge of energy and became alert. Upon arriving at the location, she saw a boy identical to the protagonist, battling a renegade demon. Their abilities were composed of pure spells and a preferred weapon, now enhanced with half-fallen powers. Overcome with emotion, she embraced them amid the fight, and the renegade was swiftly defeated. She clung to the protagonist, who was overwhelmed with fear and confusion. They struggled to separate from her, but nothing worked. The last thing they remembered before drifting off to sleep was being in the dimensional rift, enveloped in her embrace, protected by a barrier. Throughout the week, she explained everything about their reincarnation, though her explanations were somewhat jumbled. She was overly protective, not wanting them to undertake the mission again. The protagonist frequently exited the dimensional rift to attend Kuroka Academy, where she eventually managed to enter. Issei often spent time with them, intimidated by the aura she exuded. Zenobia was extremely jealous, and Great Red was even more so. She had eliminated several girls and teachers who tried to get too close. She enjoyed being pampered just as much as she pampered the protagonist. Strangely, they would purr like a cat, which she found endearing. She was quite demanding of their attention, often throwing tantrums that resulted in some chaos. The protagonist spent little time at home, and whenever they were there, she was always by their side. Occasionally, she wore a mischievous smile, often unaware of her own behavior. She referred to her sanity as 3 threads. If all 3 were intact, she was completely sane, 2 meant she was slightly off but manageable, and if only 1 remained, her sanity hung by a thread. The question lingered, how many threads did she have left? The seconds seemed to break at any moment. Zenobia had confessed her feelings the other day, observing everything around her. You had grown closer to Zenobia, which angered another woman who decided to take action. Tragically, Zenobia was found dead in an alley near Kuroka Academy. She forced you into a relationship with her, wanting to mark you forever. She did not allow you to notice anyone else but her. Many times she would strike you for disobeying her. After you spoke with another girl, an argument ensued. As you distanced yourself from her, she became unhinged, her sanity unraveling. Unbeknownst to you, she was watching you from beside your bed. Your clothes began to disappear, along with personal items like your toothbrush, underwear, and favorite shirt. She had seen you with another girl and eliminated her right before your eyes. She dragged you into a dimensional rift, where she kept you for what felt like an eternity, and you were left broken. In this new era, you were married, and when I say married, I mean you had many children, lots and lots of children. Years passed, and you could never escape, nor did you die. She made sure of that. She would whisper to you that she would never let you die and that you could never abandon her again. You found yourself navigating a realm you referred to as the gallery, where you stumbled upon 2 story covers. One reminded you of a headcanon about Circe. You realized how much time you had spent on this when you were bored. The story, titled A Supernatural Assassin, takes place after the end of Akame Ga Kill, where all characters perish: Leon, Najenda, Lubbock, Akame, Mine, and even the Emperor. The only one left standing was Tatsumi, utilizing the second evolution of Incursio. On the Imperial side remained Isdeath and Budo. Tatsumi faced them but died in victory. Centuries later, he reincarnated as the son of Rias Grimmery, without memories but with Incursio at his disposal. The events of this story are based on the manga and anime of Akame J Kill, without anyone's death except for villains. The events of DxD occur after the sealing of Trihexa, with Issei becoming famous, and everyone except Tatsumi remembering their past lives. The final villain is none other than Issei. This story emerged from my dissatisfaction with the ending of Akame J Kill. I had a narrative to resolve that ending, but upon discovering the manga had a different conclusion, I felt a bit more satisfied. One day, I decided to combine both endings. Another story I had since July was titled, My Wife is a Demon Queen. It begins after the manga's conclusion, where Tatsumi and mine lived a peaceful life until she passed away. Tatsumi realized he was the only survivor of the war who never died, thanks to Incursio. First, Najenda died, then mine, and finally Akame. Before her death, mine gave Tatsumi a ring, which he could use to regain his human form with the sword of Incursio. The story is based on the manhwa, My Wife is the Demon Queen, where Tatsumi possesses Incursio and the abilities of the protagonist, Xiangyi. I came up with this story after becoming a fan of that manhwa, though I can't recall how it started. Putting aside my memory issues, I feel quite nostalgic. The next woman will be chosen by you. You were a recognized soldier of the demon faction, serving as Search's right hand in matters of the army and weaponry. Rell Phoenix, the heiress of her clan, was considered the third most powerful. She had a passion for raiding games. You met on the day of the young demon meeting, where you were in charge of security. She was enchanted by you, feeling an inexplicable attraction. At that meeting, her greatest rival, Sona Citri, also attended, glaring at Rika, who was focused solely on you. After that day, Rika sought countless excuses to spend time with you. She challenged you to raiding games, but you always told her you lacked the nobility to participate. As time passed, you both became good friends, though you saw her as just that. She wanted more. Rika grew jealous of anyone who got too close to you. One day, you were assigned a mission to confront part of the Chaos Brigade's army, and she did not take the news well. That mission lasted over 2 months, and she became frantic without your presence. The only thing that calmed her was a jacket of yours that she had taken. When you returned, she was the first to greet you, demanding your full attention, insisting she deserved it more than anyone else. She claimed she was your future wife. A week later, she saw you with Sona, and it did not sit well with her. She became quite upset and confronted Sona, which did not end well. Rika kept a close watch on you, claiming it was to ensure you were not unfaithful. She even ordered her pieces to monitor you at all times. As time went on, she discovered the reason behind your close relationship with Sona. You had been separated from your ex for a few years. She confronted you about why you hadn't told her the truth. You tried to stay calm, but she accused you of being unfaithful. Eventually, she convinced her parents to arrange a marriage between the two of you. The council accepted, believing that the next generation of demons would be powerful. You felt anger towards her. One day, after returning from a mission, you noticed her staring at you intensely. You were sweaty, and your clothes were torn. She often barged into your room under the pretense that you both needed to get used to sleeping together. You went on dates, though you were often forced to attend. She would catch you off guard with sudden kisses, using her charms to win you over. She enjoyed taking baths with you and made sure everyone knew you were hers by wearing a shirt that read, Property of Rell Phoenix. As the year passed, the day of her wedding arrived. During that time, you had developed feelings for her, even though she had mentally broken you. While one of you lived happily, the other was left shattered from all the manipulation and control attempts. The Phoenix lineage had to endure, and she believed you would help her achieve that. You were a boy with the power you called deterioration, and another ability that allowed you to steal the skills of others, known as All for One. For years, she had been sealed away, observing everything that happened outside. One day, she saw you in a training match against powerful opponents. She became enchanted by you and wanted to learn more. Watching you was the only thing she could do, as she was unable to intervene. She paid attention to every detail about you, wanting to know everything. She even engaged in those little things women do when they admire someone. She understood that your father didn't appreciate you much, and you were close to your mother and sister. One day, she felt herself being pulled by an unseen force and realized she was no longer sealed away. Rysavim tried to manipulate her into attacking, but instead, she embraced you. You found the situation amusing. You had never imagined such a moment would happen. She took you away from the battlefield, showering you with affection and kindness. You remained silent, as it was the first time a woman had shown you such care. While everyone searched for you, you were lying next to her, enjoying the moment. She loved feeding you, and you enjoyed feeding her in return. One day, a girl approached the mountain where you were, asking for directions. She became furious when she saw you talking to her. In a fit of rage, she eliminated the girl right in front of you, expecting you to be terrified. Instead, you remained calm and even smiled. Eventually, the supernatural beings found you. In your anger, you unleashed your power, destroying the entire mountain, leaving only you and her behind. You felt guilty for the chaos you caused, but she praised you for it. You made it your mission to protect her, not wanting to see her with anyone else. You confronted Circe to defend her. She often kissed you to help you sleep, watching over you with a sinister smile. After facing Gran Rojo and winning, you celebrated with a dance. Jealousy was a constant presence, especially when another girl was near you. You would often sleep on her lap, and she would gently slide your head. You were friends with Sarorg, who frequently asked you to train together. Graphia acted like a mother figure, always testing her. She helped you with your wounds, but Rysavim was always searching for her, so they could never stay in one place for long. She had taken your parents from you, and your sister had passed away during a robbery. You were mentally broken, and she took advantage of that. She eliminated any woman who had anything to do with you. You found comfort in bathing with her after she dealt with another girl. You had become very dependent on her, spending all your time by her side. When Rysavim found you, he sparked a war. Seeing you injured after facing Chow Chow made her explode with rage. He would do anything to protect her, even if it meant taking drastic measures. Over time, they fell deeply in love and became a couple. She feared for his safety, so they made a peace agreement with the factions, securing a territory of their own to live in. Eventually, they married, and for the first time in a long while he felt a whirlwind of emotions: hatred, anger, and disdain. He reassured her, promising to always be there for her. She had joined him, becoming the queen of Grimmery. Though she enjoyed spending time with him, she was terrified of hurting him due to her sacred gear. As her fears grew, Rias confined her to a room for her own safety. Being away from him drove her to madness, making her increasingly dependent on him. During this time, she was isolated. While he attended Kuo Academy, new friends joined him, including Isari, Asia, and Zenobia. One day, Rias decided to release her. When the door opened, she was startled, but upon seeing him, she embraced him tightly, not wanting to let go for fear of being abandoned. Isari felt jealous of their bond. Rias decided that she would live with him, much to her dismay. She followed him everywhere, even if he wished for some space. With no other beds available, she had no choice but to share his bed, despite his preference for the couch. At the academy, she often grew frustrated with having to attend classes. Her quirks included a playful side, like teasing him at night. She was always eager to help him with anything he needed. However, her jealousy flared whenever he spent time with Rias. He had a tendency to be a bit masochistic, and sometimes, when she made mistakes, he would playfully shock her, which she surprisingly seemed to enjoy. Unbeknownst to him, she often watched him while he bathed. She would let him rest his head on her lap as he slept. He helped her control her sacred gear, but she was more cunning than she appeared, wanting him to believe she was easy to manipulate. In her basement, she kept various items of his, treating them like treasured possessions. One day, she proposed to him, and he accepted. After their wedding, she became more possessive, treating him more like an object than a husband. Her protectiveness grew to the point where he found it difficult to maintain friendships. This continued for years until tragedy struck, and he lost his life in battle. Unable to bear the pain of his loss, she took her own life. For countless years, they were destined to meet again, him unaware of their past and her remembering every moment. In every lifetime, they found each other, only for it to end in his death and her despair. No matter the time or place, what mattered was that they would always be together. He had been busy with schoolwork, particularly struggling with a challenging physics course. Inspired by the recent World Cup, he began crafting a new story featuring their idol, the legendary Lionel Andres Messi Cuccittini. In this tale, he would take on the role of Messi in a world filled with women. He was known as the Hunter of Creatures, possessing a Longinus sacred gear that allowed him to capture and tame all sorts of beings. Everyone admired him as a vital member of the alliance among the factions. He had been present when she first appeared, clinging to Issei. He was instantly captivated. She was the only woman who had truly stolen his heart. For a while, he tried to win her affection, but she only saw him as a friend. One day, he decided to confess his feelings, but she gently turned him down. Feeling defeated, he realized he couldn't force someone to love him. He distanced himself from everyone, nursing the pain of rejection. His best friend, a creature he had tamed named Shirofukuru, helped him through this tough time. To escape the factions, he ventured north to capture a pack of cursed creatures beings that had died with negative emotions, only to be revived until they experienced warmth again. He spent 5 months in the north. Meanwhile, she began to lose her sanity. Initially happy with Issei, she gradually realized that her feelings for him were not love, they were something else entirely. One day, while alone in the Hyudu residence, she reflected on her emotions and came to a profound realization. Carino de amigos. She realized how pleasant it felt to be with you. She was herself, receiving attention, love, and a sense of security. However, she also recognized that she had pushed away the only person she had ever fallen for, trying to suppress those feelings. She asked about you, but when she was told you weren't there, despair washed over her. For a time, she had no news of you until it was announced that you had faced the leader of the cursed creatures, emerging victorious but injured. The doctor, upon returning, prohibited anyone from entering your room due to your condition, which angered her. Seeing you made her sad, yet she promised to take care of you. She brought you food that she had prepared, pampered you, hugged you, and gave you kisses that were just inches from your lips. You accepted everything, still feeling something for her. She felt jealous of your friend who had shown concern for you but couldn't approach because the owl disliked her. She took care of all the expenses, wanting you to worry about nothing. During your month of recovery, you struggled to find a way to thank her. She became upset when several admirers came to visit you, wanting to check on your condition. Her anger grew as she wondered why you spoke so calmly with them, feeling possessive over you. After that, she began to act aggressively toward anyone who approached. Once you were out of the hospital, she ordered you to live with her. You felt uncomfortable knowing she was always around, as your privacy seemed to vanish. She loved to see you at all times, especially at night while you slept. She had taken drastic measures against several girls who came to your house, including Akino. She insisted on following you for your safety. She pressured you into being her partner and drained your blood more than once. One day, she read about the first cursed creature that could grant wishes in exchange for something. She knew its location. In a desperate bid for power, she offered her right eye, knowing it would require the Great Red to stop her. With this newfound power, she took control and kidnapped you, isolating you from the human world and bringing you to a desolate part of the underworld. She forced you to have children, and though you weren't married, you lived in a traditional Japanese house. The only way she kept you alive was by having you drink her blood. The love she had for you was unlike anything in this world. In a bustling academy filled with students, mostly girls and very few boys, Kiba Yudo stood out as the prince of the academy, while Tianta was known as the Ice Prince, due to his cold demeanor. Many girls were enamored with Kiba, but one girl was particularly infatuated with him. Among the most beloved girls in the academy were Rias Grimmery, known for her striking red hair and captivating blue eyes with hints of purple, and Akino Himejima, with her long black hair and purple eyes, both admired by all. There were also the trio from the church, Asia Argento, a petite blonde with emerald eyes, Zenobia Corda, a tall girl with blue hair and yellow eyes, and Ireina Shidu, who had orange hair and purple eyes. Additionally, there was the new teacher, Rossweisse, with silver hair and striking blue eyes, and finally, the academy's mascot, Kaneko Toju, who, despite her youthful appearance, was actually 15 years old with short white hair and yellow eyes. Recently, Kaneko had been acting strangely, disappearing during class and returning near the end. She often wore a red scarf, and everyone wondered why she always had it on, but no one dared to ask. Whenever your name was mentioned, she would exude an intense aura, making you feel as though you were being watched. Whenever you turned to look in her direction, there was never anyone there. You were a traveler from the faction of fallen angels, possessing control over various elements, and were considered more of an angel than a fallen one. You lived with your father, Azazel, but your curiosity about the world led you to embark on a journey of exploration, leaving him unaware of your whereabouts for 8 years. One day, when the Grimmery noble family faced Yasaka, they received unexpected assistance from someone. You were the one who used your wind powers, which you called a Nemo. Amid all of that, there was a woman with blue hair who tried to control you out of her own interest. After being defeated by the CQDI, she decided to escape, promising to meet you again. For several days, you felt as if you were being watched until one day, you encountered her. She was at your house, flirting with you a little. You remained alert, as this was a new experience for you. Before leaving, she left a mark on your neck, a way of claiming her territory. She began visiting you secretly, and over time, you grew accustomed to her presence. Eventually, you found it difficult to do anything without her. You became dependent on her. Whenever she came around, you were by her side. One day, during a gathering, your father became angry at the sight of you with her. She interrupted the meeting just to invite you to join her. You accepted, which made your father feel betrayed. He insisted that you dress differently. You helped her in every way you could to please her. Sometimes she acted in a way that felt obsessive, especially towards other girls who approached you. She would take small parts of your body, and you would heal afterward. This continued for years until one day, everything changed. You, alongside Rizavim, released the Trihexa. The war ravaged the entire world, including the human realm. You faced Circe, Michael, and Ajuka. While you couldn't defeat them, you managed to knock them out. She rewarded you for your victory. As time passed, the war continued until one day, you confronted the CQDI face to face. You ended up losing due to the power of the script. However, the Trihexa nearly won if it hadn't been for Rossweisse sealing it away. The factions offered that if they surrendered, they would be left in peace. You accepted, but she did not, which led to her kidnapping you far away. Everyone searched for you, and she told you that even your mother had returned to your father to look for you, which surprised you. Your mother was a cadre Penemu. For years, you were trapped, trying to escape just to see your parents, but during that time, she gradually broke you down mentally. One day, she completely shattered your spirit, making you dependent only on her. They secretly married and moved to China to live peacefully forever. No one would ever separate you from her. You were an archangel, the youngest brother, wielding the Master Sword, a powerful weapon created by the biblical God. Michael was the most beautiful woman in heaven, and you were the most beloved and respected for possessing the Master Sword. Both of you cared for each other deeply, yet neither realized the extent of the other's feelings. You were in the midst of a war against Lucifer, who proclaimed himself Ganondorf. He challenged you to a final battle. Days before, you confessed your feelings to Michael, and fortunately, she accepted. Both of you hid your relationship, as it was forbidden among siblings. On the day you faced Ganondorf, you emerged injured but victorious. She cried, embracing you and blaming herself for your condition. She decided to place you in a healing chamber, stating it would take several years without a specific date for your awakening. While you were in a coma, she took charge of heaven. As the years passed, she forgot that she was in love with you, only remembering you as her younger brother. After 500 years, you finally awakened. All the factions gathered to witness your revival. You attempted to embrace her, but she avoided you. She recalled your past relationship, and for some reason, it pained her to tell you that you were no longer anything to each other. You chose to travel the world. Throughout your journey, you felt lonely without her, just as she felt without you. You faced every enemy that crossed your path. Many factions wanted you to join them, but you consistently refused. She felt something stir within her at the thought of you being alone without her, especially if you were to meet another woman, which angered her. She sent several soldiers to watch over you, believing they could not lose their best soldier. She monitored you with her light magic at all times. You were invited to join the alliance, and you agreed only if you could continue your travels. Unbeknownst to her, she sought ways to spend time with you, inventing any excuse to be near. She was affectionate towards you, and you did nothing to resist. It reminded you of the past. One day, while exploring your old room in heaven, you found the first friends you had ever considered. 2 yokai, one a bird yokai, a Zora, a human blessed by Thor with lightning, and a human who was the result of Lucifer's experiments. You felt sorrow knowing you were the only one left alive. She continued to watch over you, gradually getting closer. She noticed how much you spoke with Sarafal, which frustrated her without her understanding why. One day, Sarafal appeared in her territory, injured and frightened. She claimed not to remember what happened, but it seemed she did. Michael began to act strangely, becoming more affectionate and flirty than before, making you feel uncomfortable. One day, she realized she had never stopped loving you. She had merely hidden her madness and obsession. Noticing how troubled you were, she and others asked you to sing about how you felt to help you. You will continue to breathe, even if you only live doing whatever works. You live depending on someone else. Even if their support disappears, you will keep breathing, becoming reliant on the next thing. Memories flooded your mind of your journey around the world. Your disposable connections and relationships that only exist at the right moment and place came to mind. Even if you try to lament, saying, "That's not right," you still find yourself not understanding anything. Memories of when you met the descendants of your best friends and people you encountered in the past surfaced. Despite what anyone might say, you will always be this way. You lowered your gaze toward all your severed ties. Apparently, even if you are crying in solitude, no one will care. Once again, the crushing loneliness strikes. You were their bearer, initially met with distrust for being a man. You had known each other since childhood. You managed to control the balance breaker for a time. You were someone who always tried to help others, which made her trust you. Training was what you did most, aside from talking with her. Over the years, she fell in love with you. One day, you met Azazel, and she felt a bad premonition about it all. At the faction meeting, you were offered the chance to be the future father of the CQDI's child, obviously implying that the child would be yours. She furiously declared that you could not have a child with the bearer of her rival. She grew angry every time another girl approached you and prevented Azazel from taking you away. Her jealousy was overwhelming, as she would yell and scold you for everything. She often argued with Drake, insisting that you were better than Issei in every way and that she did not deserve to be with you. She sought ways to escape, even possessing your body in the middle of the night to gather information. Eventually, she discovered a way to escape the divine dividing without losing her connection to you, but there was a consequence. She would fall into madness and obsession over something. Guess who it was for? It was for you. She became more aggressive with everyone, not wanting anyone to approach her man. She eliminated several girls in a short span of time. The situation escalated until there was a disappearance. She decided to distance you from everyone to prevent you from getting hurt. Every day, she would vanish, only to return in the evening. Until one day, she stopped doing so. You asked her why she left and why she had stopped. She revealed that every day she went out to eliminate people to prevent them from harming you. Additionally, she also eliminated women to protect you from emotional pain. She only wanted to keep you safe. Before anything else, she reassured you that she would protect you from this cruel world. In the city of Lilith, during the day, people walked happily, but we focus on the lower districts where a beautiful woman strolled. She had brown hair, violet eyes, and wore a red dress with pink gloves and a golden necklace. This was none other than Venolana Grimmery, formerly Bale. As she walked slowly, she reflected on what had happened earlier. In a flashback, Venolana was in her room, calm and smiling as she prepared for her date with her husband. It had been a long time since they had time alone together, as he was always busy with work or their children. She had finally planned a dinner date at a restaurant, but everything changed. When she arrived at the restaurant and sat at the reserved table, she waited and waited, but he never showed up. Eventually, someone approached her. It was her husband's knight, who handed her a letter. For a moment, she wondered why, but she already knew what it would say. Hoping against hope, she opened it to find, "My dear, I know I promised today would be for us, but an opportunity has arisen to help Rias escape her engagement to Razor, and I will try to prevent that wedding. If I cannot, I will leave all my hopes with young Hyudu. Unfortunately, I cannot make it today. We'll have to reschedule. With love, Xiaticus Grimmery." She sighed, unaware that tears were falling. Without ordering or eating, she left, drawing the pity and sympathy of those around her. As she walked through the streets of Lilith, she stared at the ground, lost in thought. She remembered the last day she spent with her husband, just before the announcement of Rias's engagement to Razor. She had insisted that it would not end well, that her daughter would not be happy, but he was with the council, wanting to produce more powerful pureblood demons. It did not end well, and time passed as she tried to break that engagement. But she decided that on her day, she would seize an opportunity to break the engagement, even though she had many chances to do so before. She didn't leave, leaving her waiting and wasting her time when she could have been doing more important things. As her aura began to intensify, something struck her face, blocking her view. This angered her, and when she grabbed it, ready to unleash her aura, she discovered it was a small sign. Out of curiosity, she read the title, Manzoku Dorii, Slaves of Satisfaction. Manzoku Dorii, Slaves of Satisfaction, are slaves capable of fulfilling any desire of their master, regardless of the cost. We have everything from the most loyal warrior to the best servant. They will never contradict a single word. She looked at the sign intently, horrified by what was happening to the lower class of demons. For a moment, she hesitated to investigate, reminding herself that it wasn't right. But then she thought, if Xiaticus could do whatever he wanted without consequences, then so could she. With that resolve, she headed over, hoping to find something that might interest her. And so, she arrived, surveying her surroundings until she turned a corner and spotted a two-story building with a sign matching the description. She hesitated for a moment but took a deep breath and started walking toward the place. Two soldiers, upon seeing her, became nervous but opened the doors, allowing her to pass before closing them behind her. She ascended the stairs and encountered the owner of the establishment. He was an elderly man with white hair, a white mustache, round glasses, and pointed nose and ears. He wore a long dark blue coat with flared sleeves and feathers, paired with loose blue pants and long, flared shoes. His coat had a wide feathered collar, and he sported some sort of hat adorned with feathers. He looked at her in surprise but quickly composed himself, offering a calm smile as he spoke respectfully. He greeted her, addressing her as Venolana, and asked what brought her there. She responded, a mix of nervousness and determination, that she was looking for a SLV. The elderly man showed surprise but then smiled, pleased to have a member of a clan visiting his establishment. It was new and satisfying to know his business had reached such a level of interest. He expressed his delight and offered to show her his best slaves, leading her down the stairs to a door marked, "Do not enter." Confused, Venolana questioned why they were going that way when he had mentioned the best were upstairs. The elderly man smiled and explained that people often believed that, but the higher-class slaves were below, classified like demon ranks. The best were not to be compared to others, while the lower and middle classes were upstairs. As they descended, the surroundings grew darker, prompting the seller to use fire magic to illuminate his hand, guiding them until they reached the bottom. Venolana looked around, seeing various adults, children, and teenagers, all lower-class demons in their world. It saddened her to see people without homes, food, clothing, or families, just nothing. They continued walking until they reached doors labeled High Class, and another that caught her attention, Supreme Class. She was about to ponder this when the elderly man spoke again, asking her which she wished to choose. Venolana hesitated, seeking clarification on the difference between the two. The man smiled and explained that the high-class slaves could do many things but were not perfected, while the supreme class could perform tasks at a level of perfection that seemed impossible. Venolana considered carefully, knowing that choosing one or the other could affect her reputation among servants and slaves. But she took a deep breath. She was willing to take the risk. She decided she would choose the supreme class. The seller smiled with excitement, knowing someone was interested in his prized possession, and began to walk past the door, leaving Venolana confused. He urged her to follow, stating that his supreme class SLV was just ahead. Training was underway as a smiling figure walked down a hallway, eventually arriving at a room with a large window showcasing several young fighters. An elderly man pointed to a specific boy, around the same age as the observer, who was engaged in combat against multiple opponents. The boy wore a white tunic with a hood, loose-fitting pants, and black gloves. The boy deftly dodged an attempt to stab him, grabbing the blade and shattering it with sheer strength. He seized one opponent by the head and hurled him into another, causing them to crash against the wall, leaving a crack behind. Two more attackers tried to strike him from the sides, but he blocked their blows with his forearms. With his left arm, he caught one boy's hand and delivered a swift kick to the other, sending him crashing to the ground while he knocked the one he held down as well. The last opponent wielded a broadsword and lunged at the boy, attempting to land a hit but failing each time. Just when it seemed he might succeed, the boy in the white tunic caught the weapon with his bare hand, astonishing Venolana, who was already taken aback by the unfolding events. The boy then gripped the other's neck, applying pressure with strength. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, belonging to the elderly man, who calmly instructed the boy to stop. He released the one on the floor, who gasped for air, and exited through the door, leaving the others as they were. The boy entered the chamber where Venolana and the elder were present, kneeling before them in anticipation of the elder's orders. The elder introduced him, stating that he was Tien, his only supreme-class servant, capable of anything. He was an excellent servant but even better in combat, having defeated all the nobles who came to train with him, including Razor and his daughter, Rias. Venolana contemplated how to address her daughter's choice to come to such a place without informing her. Around the boy's neck were bandages, and more were wrapped around his shoulders and legs. Venolana remained silent, weighing everything she had witnessed and the implications of acquiring him. After a few long moments of contemplation, she made a decision, invoking a magical circle and handing over money to the elder, who smiled victoriously, knowing his best servant would finally be free after years of confinement. Venolana also produced a wooden box adorned with the Bale clan symbol, opening it to reveal several chess pieces. She selected one and brought it closer to the boy, declaring that he would be her queen for all eternity. A radiant light filled the room, and the piece vanished, indicating it had been assimilated by him. The boy was taken aback, never imagining such a fate could befall him. Venolana continued, stating that his first mission as her queen was to always keep her company. She felt nervous, having never asked anyone for such a thing before, as she had always been preoccupied and unaware of her loneliness. Now, with him by her side, she hoped to alleviate that feeling. Surprised by her request, the boy smiled, realizing he had become part of the nobility of such an important clan as the Grimmery. He was determined to give his utmost effort. Days passed, nearly a month since that day, during which many events unfolded. Venolana offered to be his sugar mommy, there was a raiding game between Rias and Razor, and Venolana kept a watchful eye on him to ensure his safety. Currently, the boy sat sipping tea alongside her, as she embraced him affectionately, reluctant to let go. She had fallen for him, enchanted by his attentiveness, thoughtfulness, and obedience. This affection turned into a dependency, and she developed an obsession with keeping him close, wanting to prevent him from associating with anyone else, regardless of gender. When she discovered he had made friends, she insisted he stop speaking to them, and he complied. However, at times, he would find ways to follow her orders differently, which frustrated her greatly. He recalled how she punished him, sending chills down his spine as he remembered the knife with paralyzing poison and a destructive aura that caused him immense pain, nearly rendering him unconscious. But returning to the present, he allowed her to hold him tightly until a child burst through the door, running toward them. The child exclaimed with excitement that Rias had come to visit, hugging Venolana, who smiled at her grandson Milikas and the fact that her daughter had come to see her. The boy remained behind, observing the scene as more children entered the room. Among them were a brown-haired boy, presumably the CQDI, Rias Grimmery with her crimson hair, a girl with white hair radiating Nikomata power, and Akino Himejima, the daughter of Gregory Barakil. Venolana asked with a smile what was causing all the commotion, looking at the small boy who still clung to her. Rias, annoyed, addressed the boy, warning him that it was futile to pursue her mother, leaving him startled. The boy thought to himself that this would be a very long afternoon, feeling nervous and bewildered by the unfolding situation. Time passed, and he was now updating Venolana on his latest mission while she reviewed documents, unaware of the new challenges that lay ahead. None of the two things caught her attention. She was only thinking about one thing: eliminating Zeoticus Grimmery. She wanted him gone for one reason alone. Flashback. 20 minutes had passed since the Grimmery nobles retired to their chambers. You were beside Venolana, who was feeding you, while Zeoticus watched the scene with jealousy. Venolana was about to continue feeding her queen when Zeoticus interrupted. He stood up seriously, asking Venolana if they could speak privately. She followed him, visibly irritated. Once in the sitting room, Zeoticus confronted her. He questioned why she acted so affectionately toward you when he was present, expressing his anger at her lack of shame. He grabbed her arm, but she managed to free herself and retorted, asking what she should be ashamed of. As his frustration grew, he shouted that showing affection to someone as if they were her partner was disrespectful, reminding her that he was her husband and deserved respect. In a fit of anger, he held her arms tightly, causing her pain, but she pushed him away, sending him to the floor. Venolana shouted back, pointing out that she was only doing what he did, showing affection to her queen while accusing him of infidelity. Tears streamed down her face as she left, leaving Zeoticus in shock and disbelief. And a flashback. You finished informing Venolana about your mission, but when you awaited her response, she seemed lost in thought, focused on some documents. You approached her and gently touched her shoulder, startling her. She grabbed your wrist in surprise but relaxed upon seeing you, pulling you into a comforting embrace that you did not resist. They remained in that embrace as she contemplated her thoughts. Venolana vowed silently that she would not let anyone harm you or take you away from her. That would not happen again. An hour later, Zeoticus lay in bed, reflecting on the earlier confrontation. It was nighttime, and he awaited his wife to discuss what had transpired. Moments later, Venolana entered, appearing disinterested in conversation. Concerned, Zeoticus asked if she was all right. She smiled and assured him she was fine, tilting her head as he began to relax. He expressed his desire to talk about what had happened, and as she nodded, she walked to the door to let in a maid who brought a tray. Venolana set the tray on the bed and offered him a cup of tea, which he accepted gratefully. As they sipped their tea, Zeoticus gradually felt his body losing control until he realized he had ingested a paralyzing poison. Venolana pushed him onto the bed and climbed on top of him, her expression monotone as she addressed him. She explained that he had wanted her to stop showing affection to her child, to distance herself from the most important person in her life. She calmly stated that such a betrayal would be paid for with death, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. With a chilling farewell, she began to strangle him, and as his vision blurred and breathing became difficult, he was powerless to resist. In that moment, Zeoticus Grimmery met his end at the hands of his wife. The next day, you were seen walking toward the kitchen to help prepare breakfast, a routine you had grown accustomed to since your arrival. However, a maid informed you that Venolana was waiting for you in the sitting room, so you headed there. You found her with a serene smile. You bowed respectfully, prompting her to speak as she gazed out the window. She mentioned the news of her ex-husband Zeoticus's death, feigning sadness. Feeling sympathy for her, you approached and embraced her from behind. She welcomed your comfort, finding solace in your presence. You assured her that if she needed someone to lean on, you were there for her. She smiled softly, then turned to face you, expressing that she had something very important to tell you. With excitement, she produced a small black box from a magical circle and revealed a diamond ring, kneeling before you. With nervous anticipation, she asked if you would marry her. You were taken aback but blushed with happiness as you agreed. Tears of joy filled her eyes as she leaped into your arms, and together, you both cried tears of happiness. Time skip. In a forest stood a large house where a girl ran toward a room, showing you her cooking skills. She approached to complain about her mother bothering her about when she would have a boyfriend, making a face of annoyance at Venolana, who entered the room with a soft laugh. You intervened, telling the girls to stop arguing about it and that it was time to eat. You reassured your daughter that she shouldn't worry about finding a boyfriend, she would meet the right person at the right time. As you set the plates on the table, Venolana came up behind you, placing a golden necklace around your neck. You smiled at her gesture, and she lifted your chin to give you a kiss. Your daughter pretended to GG, prompting a smile from her mother, who explained as she sat down. Venolana gently told Eru that she would do the same when she had a partner, and even more so when they were married. Eru shook her head, not convinced, while you smiled at the tender interaction between mother and daughter. 18 years had passed since you all moved to this home, which you purchased the day after your wedding. You dedicated yourself to caring for the house while Venolana managed the finances. Despite the challenges you faced, you found a sense of peace in your new life. You were taught to love her and you were happy. You never complained, and because of that she always brought you gifts. You just didn't know how to thank her, and in return, she only wanted your affection and attention. One day, she said something you promised to fulfill. She asked you to stay with her forever. You kept that promise, and you would continue to do so for eternity. You were a loyal servant of the Phoenix clan, having served for years as the most trusted aide to the patriarchs. You always took care of the patriarch's children, and you were particularly close to Suzaku, which naturally created some jealousy among others, including her husband. You were deeply attached to your masters, which is why you and Graphia were considered the best servants in the underworld. You noticed that Lord Phoenix had grown distant from his wife, which puzzled you. One day, while you were tidying up the leader's chamber, you found Suzaku in tears. Instead of leaving, you stayed to comfort her, and you ended up falling asleep together, embraced. From that moment on, Suzaku became increasingly attached to you, developing a strong dependence on your feelings. One day, while the patriarchs were in a clan meeting, you stumbled upon Suzaku's diary. It detailed her growing dependence on you, bordering on obsession, as it contained photos, clothing, and items that belonged to you. Since that day, you tried to distance yourself from her, which made her very angry, and a sense of madness began to grow within her. For a while, she stopped following you, which you thought was a relief. However, you soon felt as if you were being watched. Lately, you had seen Lord Phoenix with many bandages, appearing very quiet, which was unusual. Then one day he was found dead in his office. After that, Suzaku became attached to you again, which made you uncomfortable. After enduring this for some time, feeling both fear and discomfort, you decided to resign. However, her reaction was not what you had hoped for. The last thing you remembered before losing consciousness was her angry expression as she held you tightly. You woke up in her room, bound to the bed. From that day on, she declared you hers forever, vowing never to let you go and that she would ensure it. You were the best friend of Issei Shidu, and you always felt a presence within him, as if someone was watching you. Since you met Issei, you sensed something unusual about him, and your instincts urged you to stay away. You often felt the gaze of someone, but whenever you looked around, it was only Issei with you. One day, you had a feeling that something was about to happen, and it did. Issei stopped coming around for 2 weeks. Then a girl with ruby red hair arrived, dressed elegantly, introducing herself as the new teacher. She often walked near you or sat in front of you at her desk. After class, she took you behind the academy to talk. She introduced herself as Drake, the Red Empress, explaining that she had once been inside Issei, but after his death, she managed to possess his body. The news of Issei's death shocked you deeply, almost bringing you to tears, but she consoled you with a sinister smile. She mentioned that she had been watching you since you met Issei, and the last thing she said sent a chill down your spine. She wanted you to be hers and only hers. Days passed, and she never left your side, causing jealousy among other students regarding your relationship. One day, she found you talking to a classmate, and it displeased her greatly. She decided it was time to teach you a lesson. That same day, she took you to her mansion, where she educated you through harsh methods, which became a routine whenever you spoke to other girls. Eventually, she was discovered by Rias, and she took you hostage to persuade Rias to join her. The next day, Rias, Grimmery, and her entourage were declared dead. One night, she vanished, only to return the next day with the head of a fallen enemy and the broken sacred gear of Albion. When the dragon season arrived, she marked you, deciding to become your sacred gear, making you half-dragon. And so, you lived together forever, mentally broken from the abuse, yet you ended up happy. You lived in Kuo as a teacher and had never encountered the supernatural. Until now. One day, when there were no classes at the academy due to renovations, you met a woman who radiated a strange aura. She invited you to eat, stroll, and shop, and eventually, you both arrived at a park. There, she confessed that she was the leader of the fallen angels and offered you the chance to be her king. Nervous, you told her that you needed time to think, and she granted you 2 days to make your decision. After much contemplation, you decided to decline her offer, having worked hard to become the star teacher of the school, and you were not willing to abandon that. Upon hearing your response, she became furious and kidnapped you. You found yourself chained in Azazel's house, where she took you to her room and bound you there indefinitely. She visited you every day, while you tried to avoid her as best as you could. Frustrated by your avoidance, she resorted to force, and for 4 long days, she pressured you until you finally surrendered. She was delighted by your espinson, and from that day on, she provided you with food and affection. Almost a month later, you became couples. She removed the chains, but that did not mean you could leave the house. You were expected to stay there all day. After 3 weeks, you discovered a hidden room containing the remains of people close to you. Former teachers from Kuo Academy and your parents were among them. They had been killed because they refused her request to marry you. When you finished reading, you realized she was there with you. She instructed you to leave the room and forget what you had seen, but you shouted at her to stay away, expressing your regret for being her partner. She merely looked at you, and the last thing you remember is a blow to your stomach from her. After that, for 3 long months, she tortured you until your will was broken, leaving you at her mercy. Eventually, you were married, and she introduced you to Gregory, declaring you the new leader of the fallen angels. She claimed you as her own, stating that you would never be in the hands of anyone but her. In a dark place, 2 figures walked down a corridor. One was a boy with white hair, blue eyes, dressed in black, known as Valerie Lucifer. Beside him was another boy, nearly his height, with hair the same color as yours, wearing a jacket, jeans, and boots. On his wrist was a bracelet with the symbol of a black wolf. This was Tien, a new recruit on Vala's team. They had faced each other once, where by sheer luck, the White Emperor had won. Now, they were in search of Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity, the second strongest dragon in the supernatural world, both feared and admired by many. As they walked, they discussed how their teammates accepted Tien. Their conversation continued until they reached a large door, which they pushed open to reveal a vast hall. In the center, on a grand throne, sat Ophis, observing a serpent in her hands. Upon seeing Vale, she smiled, but her expression changed to one of curiosity when she noticed you. She rose from her throne and floated in front of you, studying you closely. Vale had to step in to separate her from you. Vale introduced you to Ophis, explaining that you were the new recruit on his team. Ophis regarded your wrist bracelet and then looked into your eyes, smiling. She remarked that you must be strong to be part of Vala's team and expressed her expectations for you. You promised not to disappoint either of them, shaking her hand. The moment your hands touched, an electric sensation coursed through both of you. You tried to discreetly pull away while she remained lost in thought. As you left, Ophis continued to watch your back. Just before the door closed completely, you turned to look at her, and your eyes met until the door shut. Ophis pondered the sensation she had felt, wondering why it had been so satisfying. She realized she needed more of that and was determined to find you again. She looked at the door through which you had left, shivering at the memory. A small, genuine smile appeared on her face, reflecting the joy of having discovered something that made her feel differently than usual. Time passed. Ophis emerged from a dimensional rift in Kuo, floating through the city streets in search of a specific energy. She spotted a house with a sign that read, House of Tin. With a smile, she prepared to enter, but then sensed a dark aura approaching from a distance. As she observed, a magical barrier appeared. To the untrained eye, nothing happened, but she could see it clearly. With a determined smile, she flew swiftly toward the source. At Kuo Academy, surrounded by a barrier, a fierce battle was underway. The Grimmery group and Tien were engaged in combat against Kokabeel. A particularly intense moment unfolded as Kokabeel shouted with excitement and arrogance, declaring that only one remained to face him. You calmly approached him, while the cadre reveled in the chaos he was causing, nearly bringing destruction to the sisters of the Maus, Lucifer and Leviathan, which would spark a war. However, he was unaware of the transformation that was about to occur. From your bracelet, bandages began to emerge as your clothing tore apart. Moments later, a being made of bandages and darkness appeared behind you, enveloping you. Gradually, the bandages began to merge with your body. In an instant, a flash of darkness blinded everyone. When the light faded, smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring vision for several seconds. As the haze cleared, you were revealed in black armor, a matching cape, and boots shaped like wolf paws. Your hair had turned black with purple highlights, and you wore a wolf mask with purple eyes and a moon on your forehead. You had created your own sacred gear, which fed off your negative emotions, meaning it would only activate when you felt emotions like anger, sadness, or hatred. Chapter End. In an unknown place, two figures walked together. One had the appearance of a tall skeleton dressed in the robes of a high priest, emanating a chilling aura. Despite lacking eyes, the sockets glowed, giving the illusion of sight. This was Hades, the king of the underworld, accompanied by a beautiful young woman with long black hair and pointed ears. She wore a lovely dress called Godly Version Killer Clothes, which had a corset-style skirt, and her presence radiated a powerful dark aura. This was Nyx, the goddess of the night, adjusting the clothing Hades had given her, provided by the Infernal Alliance to face any version adversary. She felt irritated at having just joined Hades' army only to be assigned a partner, whom she assumed would be arrogant, foolish, or a nuisance, certainly not half as capable as she was. Though she recognized her divine status, she hoped her new partner would at least be competent enough to face a mid-tier god. Hades, aware of her thoughts, reassured her that her new companion was indeed exceptional, his right hand, trained under his guidance for years. As they walked through a hallway, Nyx observed the decor, thinking Hades had terrible taste with skulls, gray chandeliers, and black and gray walls. The only striking feature was a grand door adorned with golden details, leading to Hades' throne room. Before entering, she sighed, hoping her new partner would not hinder her missions. Upon entering, she saw a boy with TC hair and TC eyes. He wore a black tracksuit and an old light blue scarf around his neck, along with brown boots that reached his knees. This was Tien, Hades' most important warrior, the strongest in his army, specializing in elemental magic. He had mastered all 4 elements, but his control over wind magic was unparalleled, taking years to perfect. Nyx watched Tien with boredom as Hades passed by him, the boy engrossed in a book floating in the air, supported by the wind he commanded. The king of the underworld affectionately patted Tien's head, who responded with a smile, prompting Hades to smile back. Nyx observed their interaction with curiosity, having never seen Hades smile so much. He took his seat on the throne to address them. Hades stated that Nyx's new partner was Tien, his protected warrior, and then both listened attentively as he announced their mission. He stood from his throne and approached a table projecting a hologram of a green lightning bolt with purple accents. Hades explained that their task was to steal Zeus' special lightning bolt. Both were taken aback by their leader's serious declaration. What is the worst that could happen? In Olympus, the land of the Greek deities, a giant golden palace stood majestic. At its entrance, two hooded figures, Nyx and Tien, concealed their identities to avoid recognition. They peeked inside, finding no one around, as everyone was busy celebrating the anniversary of Zeus and Hera's long marriage. Seizing the opportunity, they planned to steal one of Zeus's lightning bolts. Tien pulled out a small book to jot down a note, which Nyx dismissed as unimportant before they both ventured deeper into the palace. They navigated the hallways, careful not to be seen, until they reached a corridor where two guards were stationed by a silver door. Tien smiled mischievously, while Nyx looked at him with curiosity. Tien summoned a magical circle in his palm, directing a gust of wind that sent nearby objects rolling. The guards, startled, chased after the distractions. With the guards occupied, Tien rushed to open the door, and Nyx followed closely behind. Once inside, they barricaded the door with furniture. In the center of the grand golden hall, several special lightning bolts were encased in a crystal dome, protected by magical circles. Nyx remarked that it had been too easy for her liking as she approached the bolts. Tien followed but noticed the protective circles were quite powerful. He expressed concern that destroying them would attract the attention of nearby guards. Nyx agreed, urging Tien to keep quiet, warning that if Zeus showed up, they would be in serious trouble. Tien prepared to cast a quick and discreet spell to breach the dome, but then he felt a presence behind them. Turning around, they saw a man with white hair and a beard, his yellow eyes piercing. It was none other than Zeus. Tien's heart raced as he realized they had been discovered. Nyx cursed Hades for putting her with Tien, thinking she could have completed the mission faster alone. Zeus demanded to know who the intruders were, stepping closer. Tien quickly aimed at the dome and unleashed a spell to shatter it. Fortunately, no one sensed the magic. As Zeus attempted to approach, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that separated them. Tien swiftly conjured a magical circle in his palm to form a small ball of wind and charged at Zeus, who readied another lightning bolt as a weapon. Tien leaped, avoiding the attack, and with a strong descent, he crashed the orb against Zeus's head, creating a small crater. Tien urged Nyx to grab a lightning bolt and escape. In a panic, he jumped away from Zeus, who crossed his arms, preparing to retaliate. Tien summoned a wind sword as Nyx reached for one of the special bolts. However, in her haste, she saw it zoom past her. Tien collided with the wall, cracking it, while Nyx found herself face to face with Zeus, who stared at her intently. She attempted to evade him, but Tien appeared from the side, striking the god's face and pushing him back. He lifted Nyx in a bridal carry and began to run as Zeus frowned and started to pursue them. They dashed through the hallways, taking down guards with swift movements. Finally, they reached the palace entrance, but an explosion nearby sent them flying. They turned to see Zeus and Poseidon, both serious and ready for battle. Poseidon charged energy from his trident while Zeus summoned a powerful lightning bolt. Tien felt a surge of panic as he prepared to retaliate, while Nyx observed their combined magic intensifying. When they unleashed their powers, a massive explosion erupted, sending Tien and Nyx tumbling from Olympus, unnoticed. Tien quickly conjured a teleportation circle, landing outside Hades' palace. Tien groaned in pain, feeling the ache in his back. Nyx rubbed her head, recovering from the impact. She summoned a magical circle, from which the lightning bolt they sought emerged. At least they had achieved their goal, Nyx thought, though she felt irritated as she realized she was on top of Tien, which made her blush. Tien, focused on his pain, didn't notice her embarrassment. She quickly stood up, and Tien struggled to his feet, declaring their mission accomplished and suggesting they report to Hades. Nyx nodded, adjusting her hair, feeling flustered. Tien approached her, concerned about her well-being, which made her even more nervous. She stammered, trying to compliment his performance during the mission, noting how he seemed accustomed to such situations. Tien pondered her words, wondering how to respond. You had been in many situations like this, so you knew how to stay calm and think before acting. After so many years of living, life teaches you things. With a smile, you walked into the palace, while Nyx stood watching you make your way toward Hades. What you didn't know was that you would ignite a flame that would lead to your downfall, a flame representing obsession and madness, directed at you, which would cause the demise of many. As time passed, Nyx began to feel curious about you and everything that made you who you were. Over the months, you got to know each other, and by mid-year, you had developed a friendship that relied heavily on one another. Nyx researched everything she could about you, and by research, it meant asking Hades. Hades knew you quite well. You were like father and son. He recounted that you were around 17 or 18 when he first met you, though he couldn't remember exactly. You lived during the Taisho era, coming from a family that was neither very poor nor very rich. They lived modestly. Your father was a royal guard, tasked with protecting the emperor, but he was not as noble as he appeared, often abusing your family. Your mother was one of the women who assisted the emperor's wife. You were always scorned by your siblings, who considered you useless for being poor at everything. You had always been quiet, never speaking up or protesting against your parents to avoid punishment. You wore old clothes as they never bought you new ones, and you survived by hunting in the forest. The people of the empire believed in the gods, and it was said that the emperor and those associated with him could see them. Your family was summoned, and you were forced to attend. At the gathering, the Japanese gods arrived, along with guests like Zeus and Poseidon, and finally, Hades. A grand banquet was organized in their honor. Throughout the event, Hades remained silent, observing until he noticed how your siblings mocked you alongside some nobles. When the gods were about to leave, Hades requested to take you with him, wanting to train you. Initially, there was hesitation, but they allowed you to go. From that moment on, you trained under Hades. You started as his weakest warrior but eventually became his strongest. When you returned to the Empire, so many years had passed that your family was gone, all perished after a war, leaving you as the last survivor of the Empire. With that in mind, years passed until the present day. You were just a boy with nothing left but your father, Hades. Upon learning all this, Nyx felt a deep sorrow and resolved to give you more reasons to live, and she intended to be one of them. However, it didn't seem like it would end well. Currently, on a great mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds, a place known as the throat of the world, a giant creature was wreaking havoc. It was Trihexa, destroying everything in its path. Nearby, two armors flew at great speed, Sekyuryudai Issei Shidu and Hakayuka Valerie Lucifer. A person was now facing Trihexa, but with a single blow from the creature, they were sent flying, crashing into several trees. Issei prepared a dragon shot, but Trihexa bit into his leg, slamming him into the ground. Valley attempted to strike from behind, but Trihexa's tail caught him and hurled him toward Issei, increasing the crater created by the impact. As Trihexa prepared to leave, from the smoke and dust, someone slid in front of it. As the area cleared, you were revealed, your face shadowed, with only your eyes visible. You addressed the creature with a serious tone, devoid of life, calling it a stupid brainless dragon. Trihexa growled in irritation. You summoned a dagger of wind surrounded by dark energy in one hand and a katana enveloped in violet wind in the other. But a voice began to speak in your head. It warned you that you couldn't face that creature alone, that your body wouldn't withstand much more, and that you had been fighting longer than you were accustomed to. You remained silent but responded in your mind, stating that if you didn't keep fighting, everything you had done so far would be in vain. You just had to hold on for 15 more minutes, and then everything would end. The battle commenced, with Issei and Valis struggling to rise, using their Diabolos dragon at full power. They were unsure how much longer they could endure against Trihexa, but they were astonished to see you fighting against such a being. They were being healed by the DXD group that had arrived to assist, but fear held them back from joining the fight. You were currently attacking Trihexa up close. With a leap, you positioned yourself beneath its belly, attempting to slice it open, but it swiped at you, blocking the attack and severing its own arm in the process. The creature jumped high, creating a cloud of dust. You tried to see through the haze, and as it cleared, a man in black armor with two horns on either side of his head came into view. You were taken aback as the man created a sphere of purple energy. When he pointed at you, the sphere shot toward you. You jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding it, but it returned, so you leaped upward, only for it to stop beneath you and rise to trap you inside. You struggled to break free, but it vanished on its own, causing you to fall to the ground. You watched as the creature cleared its throat. Trihexa addressed you, mocking your humanity. You remained serious yet calm. The voice in your head urged you to leave quickly, sensing that the situation was worsening. It warned that if you stayed any longer, you might not survive. In frustration, you shouted in your mind for Omega, your second personality, to be quiet. Omega was created during a mission. He was SBMSSV, obedient, fearful, and dependent on others, always avoiding conflict. He helped you think when you couldn't control yourself. Trihexa smirked, preparing to speak again, but you were ready to face whatever came next. He turned to look at Issei and Valley, preparing to launch himself at them with the intent to crush their heads. But before he could act, a powerful technique was unleashed. The user executed a swift upward cut, leaving a trail of fire that sliced through the arm of the Trihexa and grazed the abdomen of the dragon. The dragon, taken aback, leaped backward, raising its arm to heal itself. The Trihexa commented on the impressive katana, wiping the blood from its arm. The user was ready to fight, but noticed that their knife was broken. They discarded it, and before it hit the ground, it vanished. Gripping the katana with both hands, they focused on the dragon god. The user thought to themselves that the Trihexa possessed rapid regeneration and overwhelming draconic aura, confirming that it was indeed a dragon god. As the Trihexa lowered its arms to speak, it questioned why the user was protecting others, suggesting that it interrupted their conversation. The user responded that they saw no reason to converse, having just met the Trihexa and already feeling a strong dislike for it. The Trihexa expressed its disdain for weak beings, claiming it made them sick to see such weakness. This remark angered Issei and Valley. The user, losing their smile, adopted a serious expression, indicating a stark difference in their perspectives. The Trihexa chuckled lightly, placing a hand on its hip as it continued. It proposed a marvelous idea. What if the user became a dragon? The user firmly rejected the idea, causing disappointment in the Trihexa, which was determined to convince them otherwise. The Trihexa acknowledged the user's strength, suggesting they were someone important. The user began to introduce themselves but was interrupted. The Trihexa, claiming to know them, explained that it observed everyone and was curious if the user would present themselves differently. However, it seemed they were not inclined to engage in small talk. The Trihexa urged the user to become a dragon, promising that they could train for hundreds of years, grow stronger, and gain immortality. It extended its arm toward the user, opening its hand in invitation. The Trihexa insisted that the user would be known as one of the most powerful beings in the universe, clenching its fist tightly, causing blood to flow, but it healed almost instantly. The user prepared for battle, stating that their moral values differed greatly. No matter the motivation, they would not become a dragon to harm others. A puff of steam escaped their lips as they sighed, and the Trihexa narrowed its eyes in displeasure. The Trihexa then surrounded itself with a brown and purple aura, positioning itself for combat. It began to laugh maniacally, the aura intensifying as it shouted that if the user would not become a dragon, it would kill them. With a powerful stomp, the Trihexa leaped forward, and the user mirrored its movement, launching their own attack. A clash of fire and energy erupted as they collided, creating a massive explosion. As the dust settled, the Trihexa found itself upside down in the air above the user. It shouted that none of the warriors it had defeated were elemental beings, and none had accepted its invitation. The user observed, searching for the best way to counterattack, knowing that flying would drain their magic. The Trihexa lamented that, having lived for so long, and witnessed many swordsmen, it could not understand why they did not accept its offer. It declared that those with splendid abilities often fell tragically, and it could not bear to see that. Thus, it demanded that the user perish while still young and strong, charging its arms with dark energy to unleash a series of attacks. The user dodged to the right, but a sudden pain in their head urged them to act. They spun their katana in a circular motion, creating a barrier of fire that deflected the Trihexa's consecutive strikes. They began to run to the right, maintaining distance while circling each other. The user realized that if the Trihexa continued to keep its distance, landing a cut would become increasingly difficult. As the Trihexa jumped to launch another attack, the user understood they needed to close the gap. They appeared right in front of the surprised Trihexa, which quickly reacted with excitement, charging its arms with magic while the user prepared their katana with fire. The Trihexa exclaimed about the user's magnificent reaction speed, and thus began a fierce exchange of blows between fists and katana, both infused with magic and power. They fought at such speed that few could follow their movements. The user struggled to keep up, gradually feeling fatigue set in. The Trihexa taunted that the user would lose everything, expressing desperation as it struck against the katana, which the user fought to keep intact against the monstrous force. The user shouted that all living beings faced challenges. It was natural. Issei attempted to rise to assist but hesitated upon hearing the user's command to remain still, warning him that if his wound reopened, he could die. The user insisted that Issei stay put and wait. You shouted seriously and with concern for Issei, who was becoming agitated by his inability to help you. You delivered one final powerful strike, just like Trihexa, who unleashed a formidable blow. He smiled maniacally, though anger flickered in his eyes. Trihexa warned you not to pay attention to the weakling, preparing for an attack. You gripped your katana tightly, ready to strike back, your veins visibly pronounced across your body. You invoked the path of fire, summoning a great flame tiger as your energy clashed with his purple energy fists, creating an explosion that worried everyone around. For months earlier, in the kingdom of the dead, everything was calm. In one of the many rooms of a castle, a couple was close together. The girl was none other than Nyx, who was happy and blushing as she embraced you. You felt embarrassed in your position, wrapped in her arms. After some time of getting to know each other, you had become a couple, and you were grateful to have someone to share your life with forever. Although you were the SBMSSV1 in the relationship and she the dominant, you were currently resting from missions. You watched a romance series on the television in the room, where the wife was unfaithful to her husband with a famous man. Such scenes made you doubt your own relationship at times, especially since Nyx was often close to the Security. This made you fear that you might not be good enough for her, and that the Red Emperor could offer her everything you could not. Nyx noticed your troubled expression and grew concerned. She gently held your face, urging you to look at her. When she saw that you were silent, she smiled and surprised you with a kiss on the lips, causing you to jump. You instinctively kissed her back, and the two of you remained locked in that moment for several minutes. She smiled victoriously, noticing how much more flushed you had become. With a playful tone, she asked if you would share what was bothering you. Although you hesitated and looked away, you decided to confide in her, which you would later regret. You expressed your worries about her closeness to the Security, voicing your insecurities about not being enough for her and fearing she might leave you for someone else. Nyx smiled and gently held your head, exposing your neck for her to tease you with her tongue, which made you blush even more. She assured you that this was more than enough to prove her loyalty to your heart, declaring that she, Nyx, the goddess, would always be faithful to her future husband. She wanted you to remember that. As she settled her head on your chest, you felt a mix of nervousness and relaxation as you embraced her. Nyx expressed her hope that you would never part, emphasizing how much she wanted you by her side and asking you to promise her. You vowed that no matter what happened, you would love her and never leave her side, declaring your love for Nyx just as you were about to kiss her. She smiled with happiness and, before your lips met, she echoed your feelings. Unbeknownst to both of you, the promise you made with such love would soon become a painful dream for both, especially for the boy who loved her so deeply, unable to forget the pain of his past. Currently, everything was hazy for everyone. No one could see what was happening within the smoke generated by the clash of powers. The force was so intense that it sent everyone nearby flying. Silence enveloped the moment, with no sound indicating what was occurring inside. Everyone held on to hope that you would emerge victorious. As the smoke began to clear, the first thing visible was your hair. The crowd started to celebrate, but they were naive. As the smoke dissipated further, They saw you, Tin, with a broken arm that held the katana, bruised and battered, blood trickling from your eye, with broken ribs and a damaged lung, barely clothed in shorts and shoes. Concern spread through the crowd as they noticed you struggling to breathe. When the smoke cleared from your side, Trihexa was revealed, serious and with a significant cut running from his stomach to his left shoulder. He urged you not to die, aware that if you continued to push yourself, your time would come. This thought troubled him greatly. The DXD group, along with Vale, watched with serious expressions, unable to assist you. Both dragons understood that approaching would only lead to their defeat, as you and Trihexa were battling on another level. Trihexa remarked that despite your efforts and thoughts of sacrifice, it was futile. The impressive cuts you had inflicted on him had faded, while you were left with an injured eye, broken ribs, and a damaged lung, making recovery nearly impossible. He stepped closer, but you stumbled back, your legs unsteady. Noticing your condition, Trihexa paused, sighed, and was enveloped in a yellow light. After a few moments, a woman with white hair, 2 horns on her head, elven ears, and striking black eyes with pink pupils appeared. She extended her arm, smiling excitedly. Trihexa suggested that if you were a dragon, you could heal in the blink of an eye, urging you to transform into a dragon so that you could be together forever, both as rivals and as partners. He approached you slowly, and you were left in shock by the rapid turn of events. Trihexa acknowledged your pain, recognizing that the goddess of the night had hurt you deeply, but he promised he could heal your wounds and alleviate your suffering if you would let him transform you into a dragon. "Never will I hurt you like she did," she said as she approached gently, cupping your cheeks. You looked at her, filled with conflicting emotions, unsure whether to trust her words or to attack her, to accept her. Omega thought about accepting her, believing she wouldn't hurt them if they were with her. The pain was overwhelming, and they needed to be with her. As she embraced you, a satisfied smile graced her face, having achieved what she wanted. Tien was determined not to let this situation deceive him. He wouldn't believe a single word and refused to be dominated again. Anger surged within him as a celestial light appeared in his hand, causing a flash that made the dragon shield her eyes. In the realm of the dead, things had been calm since Hades signed a peace agreement with the factions. You were currently walking toward the throne room with your student, Miguel, whom you had begun training since he joined Hades' army 3 months ago. They had just returned from a simple mission to eliminate some former soldiers of the current, dead, rise of him. As they ascended the castle stairs, Miguel asked about Tien's relationship with his partner. Tien gazed out the window, sighed, and with a sad smile admitted that they were a bit distant. Miguel, feeling sorry for his teacher, expressed that they seemed like the most compatible couple he had ever seen. He believed any issues could be resolved through conversation, encouraging Tien to talk to his girlfriend. Tien felt a mix of emotions as he acknowledged Miguel's words with a smile, but deep down he was troubled. Nyx, his girlfriend and future wife, had been pulling away lately. He didn't understand why, but every time he returned from a mission, she would say goodbye and vanish until nightfall. It felt strange. He once thought she might be going to a bar, but she never returned intoxicated, or at least she never showed it. He was worried about her recent behavior. Upon reaching the throne room doors, Tien took a deep breath before entering. He and Miguel exchanged farewells, and as Tien stepped inside, he saw Hades seated on one throne alongside a beautiful woman with golden hair, adorned in purple armor with golden decorations and blue gems. This was Persephone, the queen of the underworld, Hades' wife, and Tien's mother. She had raised him after Hades brought him to the realm, nurturing him with love and guidance. Tien would give his life for her, as she held a significant place in his heart. Her teachings echoed in his mind. If you ever love someone, cherish and protect them. If they leave, it's not because you were a bad partner, it's because they weren't the right one. Those words lingered, a reminder of her love. Seeing him, Persephone smiled with joy, while Hades turned to him with a sad expression. Persephone rushed to embrace him tightly, and he reciprocated, finding solace in her warm embrace that momentarily eased his worries. She asked about him and inquired about Nyx, but Hades interrupted, indicating he needed to speak with Tien. Persephone looked at him with concern, and Tien felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Hades approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, his expression heavy with unspoken emotions. Hades asked where Nyx was, his voice betraying a mix of sorrow and concern. Tien looked down, contemplating before responding that she was at the mall with the Security Eye girls, as she had told him earlier. He smiled, but his heart sank when he noticed tears streaming down his mother's face as she tried to hide them. Hades sighed heavily, pulling Tien into a tight embrace, and soon Persephone joined, holding him close. Tien was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. They held him tightly, and after a moment, Hades spoke again, revealing that the factions had been calling him too often, and during one of those calls, he had seen something troubling. Tien felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach as he looked into his father's eyes, shocked to see tears, something he hadn't witnessed in years. His mother clung to him, whispering apologies for accepting a woman like Nyx. Confusion and fear gripped Tien. Could Nyx be unfaithful? A woman who had promised him love and loyalty? What was going on? Hades reassured him that if he was feeling sad, he could confide in him, gently stroking his head. Tien was beginning to piece together a troubling reality, struggling to accept that Nyx could be capable of such betrayal. Hades had seen her with the Security Eye, sharing tender moments and more. He had tried to restrain himself from harming her in that moment, but he felt deep sorrow for his son. As tears fell onto his clothes, he wished for his beloved son, his only cherished child, to express his feelings. He could only imagine the sadness and heartbreak he must be feeling. After half an hour of holding each other, his son pulled away from the embrace, his gaze downcast. He spoke with a voice that was barely above a whisper, something Hades had anticipated. He expressed a desire to leave the army, needing time to think. His mother wrapped her arms around him, resting his head on her shoulder. Hades sighed. He had expected this reaction. He doubted his son could face her again without some negative response. Approaching a table, Hades picked up a set of keys and walked back to his son, offering them. He explained that they belonged to a house he had in Antarctica, believing it would be more useful to his son than to him. His son looked at the golden keys with a heavy heart before taking them. His mother then stepped closer, offering her support, reminding him that they would always be there to listen and help him through his struggles. He embraced them one last time before stepping out of the room, knowing that many changes awaited him. He began living in the house, finding it pleasant. Over time, he tried to forget about his relationship, realizing he couldn't hate her. He loved her too much. Instead, he focused on moving forward. Meanwhile, she concentrated on her relationship with Issei, but as time passed, she felt the spark she once had with him fading. The girls in her harem tried to distance her from him, leaving her with too much free time. She had forgotten about her work with Hades and never returned. One day, something happened that would change everything for her. It had been a while since he left Hades' ranks, and rumors spread quickly through the underworld, though it took longer for them to reach the rest of the supernatural world. Nyx was currently staying at the Hyudu mansion, having been invited to live there. Initially, she felt at home, but now she felt like an outcast. In her assigned room, she read a book on dark magic she had obtained from Rizavim. She sighed, finding everything dull, and continued reading until she heard 3 voices in the hallway. They were Issei, Rias, and Aquino. Curiosity piqued, she moved closer to the door to listen. Issei expressed his sympathy for Hades, lamenting the loss of someone he considered a son. This shocked Nyx, who hadn't expected such sentiments. Aquino chimed in, recalling how much she had liked him, describing him as dedicated, mature, and strong, someone who would do anything for his loved ones. She teased Issei, suggesting that if he were more like him, he would easily win over any girl and have a larger harem. Issei stammered in response, causing Aquino to laugh even more. Rias agreed, noting that they owed a debt to Onisama and the other mouse. She remarked that if they were to face him in battle, they would undoubtedly lose, emphasizing that it was better to have him as an ally than an enemy. Currently, the leaders had halted their search at Hades' request, as he wanted to be alone for a while. Nyx sat on her bed, lost in thought about him. She felt a pang of guilt for him, but felt powerless to act. She suspected he had taken on missions just to see someone else, leading her to believe he had found a lover. This thought made her question why she couldn't find someone for herself, prompting her to pursue Issei. She didn't regret her choice, but a small emptiness lingered in her heart, as if something or someone was missing. She believed that being with Issei could fill the void left by him, but she was gravely mistaken. In the battlefield, the Trihexa struggled against chains that emerged from a snowflake-shaped seal on the ground. The seal was meant to contain it. The Trihexa, furious, demanded to be released, feeling betrayed by the mortal who had rejected her, despite having offered power, attention, and affection. He resolved to end this once and for all, feeling exasperated. With swift movements, he revealed a glowing seal that began to crack the air, opening a large rift that displayed the dimension where the Trihexa had once been sealed. He asked for her final words, and the Trihexa, taken aback, could only respond with a question, her mind racing. "How were you able to see my movements? During our battle, it felt like you could anticipate what I was going to do before I even made a move. I thought it was just the adrenaline of the moment, but now that I think about it, it wasn't normal how you dodged attacks that someone like you shouldn't have been able to predict." Tien reflected seriously, gazing at the crack in the ground as he considered how to respond. After a moment, he decided to share his secret. He explained that he had used the power granted by the biblical god in some of his battles. With an expressionless face, he covered his left eye for a moment before revealing a distinctly different eye. Trihexa gasped in surprise, recognizing it as the eye of the Sisters of Fate, a vision that could perceive movements beyond human capability. It was immune to spells and illusions and could even glimpse the future at a great magical and physical cost. Tien smiled with satisfaction as he recounted how they had bestowed their blessing upon him, granting him this all-seeing eye of the gods. He raised his arm, and with a gesture that seemed to employ telekinesis, he lifted Trihexa into the air along with the chains binding her. He declared that it was all over now, the war had come to an end, and he hoped she would spend the next hundreds of years peacefully in her dimensional prison. Trihexa laughed, her voice filled with amusement, and warned him not to regret his decision when he felt desperate. She claimed it would be better to be with her than with someone else, and she would enjoy seeing the fear on his face when he realized he could have avoided such a future. Her words lingered in his mind as he hurled her into the crack, which began to close. Something felt ominous, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Once he calmed down, a wave of pain coursed through his body, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. He could barely see out of one eye, as the other was clouded with blood. Out of the corner of his vision, he noticed a blurry shadow approaching, but he recognized the violet eyes. Nyx smiled as she turned him onto his back, gently caressing his cheek without saying a word. She carefully wiped the blood from his eye, avoiding the wound. She assured him not to worry, for now that she had him, he would suffer no more pain never again. Just before he lost consciousness, he felt her soft lips connect with his, the last sensation before darkness enveloped him. In a flashback, a smiling Nyx wandered through the halls of the castle in the realm of the dead. She had returned for a reason, to find Tien. She realized that her feelings for Issei were merely friendly affection, while the true love she sought was with Tien, whom she had been searching for over the past several weeks, nearly 2 months in total. She had scoured various countries quickly, but the only place she had yet to search was Antarctica, so she set her sights there. In Antarctica, a magical circle appeared amidst the snow, and Nyx emerged, feeling the cold flakes hit her face. A few meters away, she spotted a yellow barrier, barely able to see orange lights within. She decided to pass through the barrier and found herself in front of a stone house made of bricks and wood. Surrounding her were various animals, including seabirds, seals, and penguins, some resting on makeshift beds. As she listened to the sound of a door creaking open, she quickly turned to see her beloved Tien. She smiled, but her expression faded when she realized he was unaware of her presence. He approached a seal, reaching out to pet it. Suddenly, she froze, sensing a familiar energy behind her. Fear coursed through her body as she hesitated to turn around, knowing the woman who had hurt her was close by. When she finally turned, she saw the woman crying. The first thing she said upon seeing Tien was a desperate plea for forgiveness. Nyx knelt, resting her head on the ground as tears fell into the snow, consumed by the pain of her poor choices. Tin watched her silently, unsure of how to feel. He wanted her to leave and never return, sensing a dark presence growing within her. It was clear that if that darkness emerged, it would bring harm. The first thought that crossed his mind was to reject her, but he hesitated. He expressed his regret, stating that they could not go back. She was building a life with security, while he was merely living his life there. He hoped she would understand. Attempting to comfort her with an embrace, she pushed his hands away, her tears still flowing, and her expression turned angry. Nyx shouted that she wouldn't let him abandon her. They had shared too much to leave it all behind. She insisted they could return to what they once were, regardless of his feelings. In a moment of instinct, she lunged at him, but he reacted defensively, and they collided with the wall of the house, smoke rising around them. Realizing what had happened, she panicked. Emerging from the smoke, Tin touched his head, feeling blood. He stared at his bloodied hand, then looked at Nyx, who was filled with fear. She reached out to help him, but he jerked away, startling her. She understood his fear but felt compelled to apologize. Nyx pleaded for forgiveness, explaining that it was just an impulsive reaction. But Tien interrupted her, telling her to leave and that he didn't want to see her again. He felt she was not truly in love but rather lost in madness. He stepped back, trembling, nearly losing his balance, while she looked at him in disbelief. This was not how Tin usually acted. He was the one who loved her. But what if he no longer felt that way? She couldn't accept that. She loved him, and if she loved him, he must love her too. It had to be one way or another. But seeing his face, she knew she couldn't act, so she cursed her foolish impulses. Nyx declared that he belonged to her, and if she had to claim him by force, she would. She loved him, and if he didn't love her back, she would make him love her. She was his rightful owner, and she would return for him, sooner or later, as the dark energy from the magic circle beneath her enveloped her, twisting her smile as she teleported away. He could only stare at the spot where she had been, fear coursing through him. He knew he was stronger than her, but when it came to manipulation, control, and torment, she was far superior, and he had no idea what she was capable of. Months later, his father arrived, asking him to return to the army to confront Ryzavim, who was not dead. Along with a special group, he would have to hold back the Trihexa while Rossweisse created a seal to contain it. They faced the creature, unaware that Nyx had always been watching them. Now, Tien stood in front of his house, pondering why Nyx had appeared after the battle. From what he had been told, a hooded figure had approached him, just as the DXD group intervened. He was taken to the hospital, and by the end of the week, a grand celebration was held. Yet he couldn't shake off the unsettling words of the Trihexa. Deciding to rest and stop overthinking everything that had happened, he opened the door and noticed snow prints leading into the living room. Cautiously, he approached, only to find someone sitting on the couch. Nyx emerged from behind him, teasingly commenting on his alertness, causing him to jump in surprise. When he turned to the couch, he saw a gray liquid form, realizing she had used a clone. He asked her seriously what she was doing there, stepping back as she laughed and took a seat beside him. She mentioned that she had been thinking about what to do until the idea of living with him crossed her mind, excitedly recalling their wonderful kiss at the battle site. She then went to the kitchen and returned with a plate of food that was questionable at best. He felt a small tick in his eyebrow. He didn't want to fight, but he also didn't want to be with her. He sighed in resignation as he prepared to eat the food. Days passed, and their cohabitation was neither good nor bad. She helped around the house, cleaning, shopping, and feeding the animals that came by. She attempted to cook, and there were moments when he felt her gaze fixed on him, often ignoring it, but her twisted smile was hard to overlook. Once, he overheard her whispering about how beautiful he was, making her want to shower him with kisses. It sent a chill down his spine, but he brushed it off as paranoia. During their grocery trips, she became extremely possessive and aggressive toward any girls who approached him. Gradually, their relationship deepened, but when he relaxed, she would sit on his lap and kiss his neck, leaving visible marks that made him blush and feel nervous. She had mentioned that if they were to be in a relationship again, she would be the dominant one, which made him chuckle lightly. Despite spending time with Security and his friends, which made Nyx jealous and furious, their arguments often led to days without seeing each other. He would stay with Hades and Persephone, and when he returned, she would be in tears, apologizing. After a night out with Issei, Vale, Saji, Kiba, Serorg, and Razor, he hadn't informed Nyx, knowing she would worry about not finding him. To avoid problems, he returned home. As he opened the door, he noticed the house was dark. Moving into the living room, he searched for the light switch and found Nyx sitting with her arms crossed, her expression dark and silent, creating an uncomfortable tension. Slowly, she stood and approached him, and he remained still, knowing any misstep could lead to trouble. When she stood before him, the tension in the air was palpable. He felt a mix of fear and confusion as she breathed heavily, her brows furrowed in anger. He reached out to embrace her, hoping to calm her, but instead, she slapped him. Shock registered on his face. That reaction was the last thing he expected. Her anger was evident as she grabbed him by the shirt, forcing him to meet her gaze, where he saw her fury in full bloom. She demanded to know where he had been all day, accusing him of being with his friends, particularly targeting the Securities. Harem. He was still reeling from the shock, trying to comprehend why she reacted that way. He had only spent time with his friends. Nyx's anger escalated as she insisted that as his owner, she needed to know where he was and who he was with. She expressed her distrust of his friends, fearing they would lead him astray. As she raised her hand to slap him again, he instinctively dodged, surprising her. He stepped back, feeling a surge of anger as he told her they had discussed this many times. He reminded her that she did not own him, that he did not belong to her, and to stop speaking ill of his friends and others. "I'm sorry, Ix. I thought you had changed, but I see that you haven't. Tell me, are you leaving, or am I? But we will never have that master and servant relationship again." The words came out in anger, but after blinking, the punch from her fist struck your stomach, and moments later, you found yourself on the ground, blood escaping your lips. She walked over to you and grabbed you by the neck, causing you to cough up more blood, which made her smile wickedly. Then she threw you against a wall. A crazed smile appeared on her face as she struck you in the stomach, making you groan in pain. Nyx made it clear that you belonged to her, and if you didn't understand that through kindness, you would learn it through force. She continued to hit you repeatedly throughout the night. Days later, in the underworld, a grand celebration was underway to mark the true demise of Rysavim. All factions were present: Greek, Nordic, Fallen, and more. You walked alongside Nyx, who held onto your arm, a smile on your face. You noticed several unfamiliar women smiling at you or saying something, and each time, Nyx tightened her grip on you. As everyone gathered for a toast, Nyx held you tighter, making you turn to face her. She reminded you that you belonged by her side, her dark smile and the blue glint in her eyes making her intentions clear. You were an ordinary boy in love with one of the three beauties of Kuo Academy, Katsumi Yuto. She seemed unattainable, but you were unaware of her greatest secret, her love for you. Though she tried to escape the crowds of students, she never wanted to leave your side after spending time with you. Her supposed love was more of an obsession that had developed since the day you met. As time passed, you became the center of attention at school, and no one could believe she was always talking to you. She often dropped hints about her feelings, but you, oblivious to her signals, frustrated her. You frequently trained in the parks during your free time, where she would watch over you for your safety. After spending time together, your friends in the DXD group noticed her strange behavior and tried to convince her to distance herself from you, which she did not appreciate. Eventually, you both considered yourselves friends, spending time together and sometimes even sleeping over at each other's homes. When you shared a bed, she took the opportunity to watch you, keeping your belongings for herself and even kissing you throughout the night. Both of you preferred to eat away from others to avoid interruptions while relaxing near the physical education field. To protect what she considered hers, she sought out Rysavim, becoming his spy in exchange for power, which she gained in abundance. Now stronger than the Grimmery nobility, she eliminated them, seeing them as obstacles in her relationship with you. After nearly a year, you both confessed your feelings, but you had sealed your fate. Initially, your relationship was beautiful, but over time, it turned toxic. She intimidated any girl who approached you, even resorting to confrontations. You believed she was merely protecting you, unaware that she was eliminating those who posed a threat. One day, you discovered her dark side, and it traumatized you. She tried to explain, but you wouldn't listen, and she ended up knocking you out. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself chained to a bed in an unfamiliar mansion, where she corrupted you. After her final conversation with Ryzavim, she eliminated him and absorbed even more power. With her newfound strength, she gained immortality and decided to grant you the same gift, unwilling to imagine a future where she lived forever while you did not. You were destined to love each other for eternity. As for the content, I will try to bring you something every 2 or 3 days. Since there are no more female characters left, I will have to transform some characters into women for one-shots. Both of you had known each other since childhood, having been neighbors. Until the age of 7, you were friends, and your parents even wanted to arrange your marriage. For you, it was uncomfortable, while for her, it was a dream come true. The day before her 8th birthday, you had to leave for England, which devastated her. From that moment, she became serious and distant, leaving behind her polite demeanor. For years, she remained that way, joining Sona's nobility and believing she would always be unrequited in her love for her childhood friend until one day, you returned from England, transformed and different. You were a descendant of royalty, the son of a powerful Selim, a king in your own right. In this universe, the existence of the supernatural was known, and there was an alliance between humanity and the factions. Upon reuniting, she burst into tears of joy, the happiest woman in the world. For now, Tsubasa had come as part of a deal with the supernatural to marry Sona Citri. Upon hearing this from her master, she erupted in anger. It wasn't fair that she, who had waited for years, would not be the one to marry him, while someone she barely knew was set to wed him instead. This was merely a whim of Sona, a desire she had requested from her older sister, and everyone knew how Sarafal was with Sona. Tsubasa now had a goal, to cancel that engagement, and she was determined to do it by any means necessary. Thus began a PRD where she initially showered him with gifts and took him to her favorite places away from Sona. When no one was watching, she practiced on a punching bag adorned with Sona's picture, releasing her frustration through her training. She often dropped hints about wanting a relationship, but he remained oblivious, seeing her only as a friend. This realization crushed her, especially when she learned the news that in 2 weeks, he would be marrying Sona. The news shattered her mentally. In a fit of revenge, she decided to eliminate Sona and all. The guests at the wedding, utilizing an experiment from Azazel combined with the powers of the mouse. When he arrived at the altar, he was met with a horrifying sight. Everyone was lifeless, and Tsubasa stood there with a hand piercing Sona. It was an image that would haunt him forever. From that moment on, she kept him close, almost forcing him to accompany her everywhere, treating him like a spoiled prince. She pampered him, cooked for him, and took care of him. She eliminated all his servants and burned the bodies to avoid suspicion, fabricating false resignation letters. Tsubasa gradually tortured him emotionally to make him submit to her will, and over time, she succeeded. One day, she declared that they would marry, and within a month, they were husband and wife. At night, she would leave marks on him, kissing him when he least expected it. They lived together for nearly 500 years until they both met their end. If he thought he could escape her, he was mistaken. For millions of years, they reincarnated in the same world, and she always ended up obsessed with him, leading her to eliminate all his loved ones to keep him by her side. She was determined that they were destined to be together forever, and nothing would change that. In the context of the story, he was a human recognized by the supernatural, one who had created his own sacred gear in the past and became part of Zarina's entourage. She was enchanted by his abilities and thought she could marry him, but she ended up marrying a man from the Bale clan. They met during the faction wars involving the biblical god and Lucifer. Zarina was thrilled to meet him and almost ordered him to join her. He hesitated, but her pleading eyes convinced him to join. As time passed, he grew fond of her to the point of falling in love, and she reciprocated those feelings. He was her knight, always by her side, tasked with protecting her during clan meetings and assisting her in various ways. After several years of war, she decided to confess her feelings, unaware of the consequences. He was also ready to confess his feelings, but her parents informed her that she was to marry the heir of the Bale clan. This devastated her, and she lashed out at her new fiancé, comparing him unfavorably to the one she truly loved. Her parents, desperate to ensure her cooperation, erased her memories. He was told that she accepted the marriage, which broke his heart. He chose to leave Zarina's entourage, a painful decision for both him and her parents, but necessary to maintain the purity of the demons. Years passed, and she had 2 children. One became the demon king Lucifer, while the other was attending the academy. That was where the trouble began. One day, her daughter returned with her nobility and the security by her side, but she noticed Aquino was distracted. She regretted asking. Aquino didn't want to share, but Rias revealed that she was in love with the vice director of the academy. When she showed a picture, she was taken aback. It was him. He had become the vice director, and she felt an unsettling familiarity, so she awkwardly congratulated him. That night, alone while her husband was with his harem, she pondered why she felt so uncomfortable and angry about Aquino's interest in him. After much contemplation, she fell asleep, and as she dreamt, blurry memories began to surface. She encountered a massive lock and, upon opening it, regained her memories from before her parents had erased them. Seeing her own memories and recalling the moment she accepted the marriage filled her with pain. She vowed that upon waking, she would find him and love him forever, as it was meant to be. Upon waking, the first thing she did was, he murdered his wife, then created a false body and faked her death. The news spread worldwide, and no one believed that the patriarch and matriarch of the Grimmery clan had perished. He had been living a peaceful life, trying for years to forget her, but she never left his mind, even though he knew she was gone. One day, he returned home from the academy, exhausted. As he entered the kitchen, the first thing he saw was Zarina cooking. She had spent almost the entire night and the following day pampering him, showering him with affection, and taking care of him. She insisted he stay home and not go to the academy, wanting to prevent him from encountering Aquino. That night, she confronted Aquino and eliminated her, unwilling to let any woman interfere with what she considered hers. Time passed and they fell in love. As their bond deepened, he found himself indifferent to her actions. His love for her overshadowed everything else. Years went by, and no one ever found her. They married and spent many years together. Upon reaching nearly 800 years of age, they welcomed their first child. They lived this way for years, with her eliminating any woman or man who posed a threat. Over time, he developed an obsession for her as well, and he too began to eliminate those who stood in their way. He promised her that he would never forget her. He was a soldier of Michael until he was sent on a mission with Rias, her entourage, and Valerie's team. That was when everything changed. They discovered a base belonging to Rysavim and faced many powerful enemies. Despite the arrival of Serorg and his noble allies, they were still struggling. To avoid the enemy's attack, he hid in a room. While inspecting the area, he found a strange artifact. He decided to use it just as guards entered, and a transformation occurred. Rias and her allies found him after he had dealt with the guards, marking the beginning of his change. One day, a girl named Lavinia Rennie attended a meeting to see Valerie. She wanted to spend the day with her younger sister, but was interrupted by the sight of a boy who seemed indifferent to the situation. She wondered who he was, especially when she noticed how her sister blushed at the sight of him. She learned he was known as the One-Eyed King, a boy who had intrigued her since she first heard about him. Throughout the day, she tried to engage him in conversation, despite his cold demeanor. Undeterred, she was determined to get to know him better. So resolute was she that she moved to Kuo, informing the leaders but not Valerie. Over time, she spent time with the Grimmery group, though connecting with him proved challenging. She had only seen him smile once, and that moment left her enamored. One day, she discovered that Michael had cast him out of heaven for using dark powers, causing his fall. As the year passed, grew closer, though they remained just friends, much to her dismay. A being emerged Rysavim absorbed the powers of Trihexa. It turned out that the sacred gear was intended to absorb an opponent's abilities by consuming their blood, but it malfunctioned during its first test. In the ensuing battle, Lavinia was injured, igniting his anger and causing his extra limbs to evolve into what was known as Kakuja. After the battle, both fell unconscious, with Lavinia being the first to awaken. She was immensely grateful for his protection, which changed the course of his life. From that moment on, when he awoke, she began to care for him, attending to his needs, routine, and diet. She prohibited others from seeing him, believing that as a celebrity he could be in constant danger. She even prevented Valerie from visiting him. When she discovered Valerie's feelings for him, it angered her. She feared Valerie would hurt him. People were left wondering about the disappearance of the White Empress, who was found dead. Lavinia continued to care for him until one day, she realized he was always surrounded by people, which put him in constant danger. So, she used the sacred gear that Ryzavim once wielded, absorbing the powers of every powerful being, ultimately leading to the downfall of humanity in the world. It took her years while he, secluded in their home for protection, time passed, and they lived happily in the mountains of what was once known as the United States. They had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, and their family thrived together. Throughout the time spent with her, she disrupted his emotional stability, making him dependent on her. He loved her as she loved him, and she vowed never to let anything harm him. He was her most treasured possession. They met during an encounter with Aquino, who was visiting her cousin and unexpectedly found him. She was captivated by him, a respectful and admirable young man who could be serious when the situation called for it. They crossed paths again in a park that she just happened to be passing through, although she had gone there specifically to see him. She felt a strong need for his presence. They spent the entire morning and afternoon together, and she began visiting his home whenever she could. He had no idea how she discovered where he lived, but she made breakfast for him, and that brought him joy. She often felt jealous when she saw him interacting with her cousin, believing that Aquino was stealing his attention away from her. She loved to watch him in secret, and he never sensed her presence. Everyone was surprised to see the most powerful demon in existence with a Himejima who was not Aquino. He spent his days resting at home, while she gently stroked his hair as she spoke. After reading a book at his house, she realized she was in love with him and decided to do everything possible to please him as his future wife. She adored watching him sleep, thinking he looked like a baby who needed care and affection. She spent all her time at his house, no longer caring about other, insignificant matters. Aquino, noticing that he spent more time with her cousin than with her, approached her for a conversation. The encounter did not end well, and Aquino was found in a state that was barely recognizable. As time passed, they eventually confessed their feelings for one another. She felt as if she were living in a fairy tale, while he internally screamed with happiness and excitement. Whenever he interacted with someone she deemed dangerous, she would eliminate them, leaving their bodies in a state that was barely recognizable. They began planning where to live and decided on a location near a field in Kuo. She prepared everything, including arrangements for their wedding, which would include leaders and close friends. On the day of the wedding, she was ready for her big moment, although she had a significant plan in the background. When she said, "I do," the guests began to fall ill and chaos ensued. She laughed maniacally as he realized she was responsible for the mayhem. She explained that her actions were meant to eliminate all the home-wrecking women, declaring that he would belong entirely to her. He attempted to escape, unaware that the ring she had given him contained a mental control seal. From that moment on, he became her puppet. Even though he could have fled, he found himself unwilling to do so, having succumbed to her love. She whispered to him that she could not leave him alone, as it was too dangerous for him, urging him to stay by her side. In Kuo, specifically in a grand mansion, the scene focused on a room where a king-sized bed was draped with curtains that barely revealed what was inside. Lying there was the protagonist, Tian-ta, who appeared to be sleeping soundly, as if he had fallen from a great height and was now resting peacefully in the darkness of the room. Tian slowly began to awaken, the softness of the bed making it difficult for him to fully rouse. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, still heavy with sleep, and turned to the side to see Grimmery smiling at him. She watched as her partner struggled to shake off his drowsiness, finding his sleepy demeanor endearing. Rias, the younger sister of the Mao Lucifer, was 17 years old. She had met Tien on the day he arrived at school, and from that moment, his beauty and charm captivated her. Tien was pleasantly surprised to see her awake, as she usually got up early to prepare breakfast, which made him happy. He greeted her warmly, expressing his gratitude for her presence, and embraced Rias around the waist, resting his head against her. She smiled affectionately, returning the embrace and whispering that her day improved every time she saw him. Tien beamed at her words and leaned in to give her a gentle kiss, which surprised Rias at first, but she quickly smiled internally and reciprocated. Their moment was interrupted when they felt something moving beneath the sheets. Both were intrigued and surprised to discover a figure beneath the covers. Emerging was a girl with black hair and purple eyes, wearing an adorable smile as she looked at Tien with joy. Akino Himejima, the daughter of a cadre of Gregory, was also 17 years old. She had fallen for Tien the day they met in the schoolyard, convinced he was the only one she could love. Tien was taken aback to see Akino there, and Rias, startled, questioned her presence, wondering why she wasn't in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Akino casually explained that they had finished and had been waiting downstairs, expecting Rias to wake Tien, but it seemed she was enjoying his company too much. Akino then turned her attention to Tien, asking how he felt while playfully hugging him, pressing closer. Tien blushed and replied that he felt good, especially seeing both of them. Akino teased him, suggesting he deserved a reward for being so adorable. Before Akino could act on her playful intentions, Rias placed her hand on Akino's face, trying to push her away. Rias insisted they should head downstairs for breakfast, which was ready, but Akino remained unfazed, putting on one of Tien's garments as if it were her own. Tien, confused, pointed out that Akino had taken his clothes. Rias chuckled, encouraging him to go without it, saying that wearing just pants would be enough and that showing off his muscles would assert his authority in the house. Akino chimed in, suggesting that he should show who the man of the house was, all while playfully heading toward the door. Tien could only look at them, feeling a mix of indignation and amusement. As you followed the girls through the hallways of the mansion, you marveled at how you ended up in such a grand home. It felt good to enjoy the luxuries of being with a wealthy partner, even if just for a moment. Upon entering the kitchen, you noticed a table filled with breakfast food. There, you saw a woman with gray hair and matching gray eyes, wearing a pink apron and a familiar white shirt. She was mixing a chocolate batter, and as she tasted it with her finger, she pointed at you and smiled. Gracia greeted you warmly, wishing you a good morning and asking if you had woken up well. You had known each other since you were pre-teens. You had fallen for her, and that feeling persisted through your childhood and into your teenage years. When you both started at Kuo Academy, you drifted apart, and before you lost her completely, you confessed your feelings. She gently rejected you to preserve your friendship, as she was in love with someone else. Feeling heartbroken, you nearly fell into a depression but chose to be strong and maintain her friendship. You decided to train hard to distract yourself from the pain of her rejection. Over time, she joined the student council while you became part of a sports club of your choice. During one of your friendly encounters, she revealed her feelings for Saji Gaishuru, which shattered you further, but you tried to stay calm. Back at home, you destroyed everything in sight, questioning why she loved him and not you. For much of the year, you watched her closely, to the point where it seemed obsessive. She was aware of your behavior, and one day, she decided to end it. She called you, expressing that your friendship was over, and that the boy she considered a friend and secret love had disappeared. She loved you, but seeing you with Kaneko made her feel inferior, leading her to believe you had fallen for Kaneko instead. This realization broke your mind, and you understood that she was not the right woman for your love. The following year, you moved to the second year of school, and things had changed. Momo had become cold and distant with everyone, including Saji. You had moved on from Momo and fell for Kaneko, forming a relationship where you were the protective one, which irritated someone. After a year, Momo realized your importance in her life and regretted rejecting you. She understood it was a foolish decision and that Saji could not replace you. She began to watch over you for your protection but soon discovered you were dating Kaneko, which infuriated her. Unsure of what to do, she chose to remain silent for a while. Momo attempted to restore your old friendship, which was challenging, but gradually, you both began to reconnect. As time passed, she tried to separate you from Kaneko, but Kaneko's determination made it difficult. Momo made a poor decision by deceiving Kaneko into meeting her in an abandoned part of the school, where she confronted her. Momo's emotions spiraled, and she declared her long-standing love for you, revealing her feelings of inferiority towards Kaneko. She insisted that she should be your wife, but you could only look at her in fear. In a panic, you attempted to escape, but she injured you, ensuring you remained with her. She then decided to take you to her home. For a time, no one noticed your absence from school, but eventually, they became suspicious of Momo's strange behavior. She devised a plan using a tool from Azazel, creating a diversion with an explosion at her home, leaving behind 2 fake bodies to mislead everyone. Initially, she treated you well, cooking for you and showering you with affection. However, as you tried to escape, she began to punish you, leading to your injuries. Taking advantage of your fragile mental state, she manipulated you deeply. As time went on, everyone assumed you were dead, allowing her to leave the country and eventually settle in Spain. Life changed for both of you. You fell into a manipulated love. You married and had a child, binding your lives together forever. However, as a human, you eventually passed away. Unable to bear the loss, she revealed herself to the supernatural world. She convinced the leaders to grant her pieces to revive you, and she succeeded. Thus, time passed, and you both lived until you reached 1,000 years of life together. She whispered to you that she was the only one who truly loved you. The first thing that caught her attention was the beauty of a teenager with brown hair, red eyes, and red ninja-like clothing. She approached Issei's entourage, and everyone thought she would flirt with him. To everyone's surprise, she walked past him and came directly to you, kissing your hand. Throughout the raiding game, she kept her gaze on you, commanding that no one could touch you, which ultimately led to their defeat. However, it was worth it for her. She enjoyed watching you in action. Afterward, there was a party where she stayed close to you, flirting and asking for photos or dates. Her persistence and determination made it hard for you to refuse, especially since she was beautiful. You found yourself in a complicated situation. On the day of your date, women flirted with you all day, which made her silently furious. When the day ended, a girl confessed her feelings and kissed you, causing her to become increasingly agitated, though she kept her composure. The following week, it was revealed that the girl who kissed you had died under mysterious circumstances. This news drove Roigun to the brink of madness. Her depression affected her. Mentally, and developing feelings for you only added to her turmoil. Over the next few months, she got to know you better, keeping a watchful eye for your protection. She discovered that many girls were in love with you, which sparked an idea in her mind to ensure your safety. She became the nurse at Kuo Academy, making it easier for her to deal with the girls interested in you. During that month, there were over 22 disappearances at the academy, leading to a decline in attendance. The director considered suspending classes until further notice, but she convinced him to keep the students coming. One day, she called you to the infirmary just to talk. After some playful flirting, things escalated, and from that moment on, she believed you were essentially married. She spent all her time by your side, which sometimes felt uncomfortable as you witnessed her confrontations with other girls. As time passed, you found yourself falling for her, and eventually, you confessed your feelings. On that day, she finally set aside her darker thoughts and showered you with affection, ensuring no one else could come close. Eventually, the two of you got married and had a daughter. Despite this new chapter in your lives, Roigun continued her old habits, eliminating any potential rivals without hesitation. She often reminded you, you must be protected at all times, and I am here for that. Griselda, a simple nun who helped at the church and with the angels, lived a monotonous life until one day at the cathedral entrance, she found a baby in a basket. From that moment on, she grew attached to you, a baby unknown to everyone but cherished by her. Determined to defend her greatest treasure, she decided to train with the sacred swords. Everyone noticed how you were always with her, and surprisingly, you never cried during significant moments of silence, which pleased everyone around. You became known as the baby of the angel Corda, a fitting name for you. As the years passed, Griselda's affection for you intensified, transforming from a protective motherly love into an obsessive and possessive infatuation. By the age of 14, you were training with the priests and nuns to become as strong as your mother. Your interactions with other nuns sparked intense jealousy in Griselda. One day, when Zenobia Quarta, Griselda's younger sister, arrived, she was filled with joy at having both her children together. However, her happiness turned to fury when she overheard Zenobia asking you for strong children. Griselda's jealousy flared, and while she couldn't act out in public, her possessiveness grew. She kept you close, training you herself and insisting you sleep beside her. One day, while everyone in the church was celebrating a special occasion in heaven, Griselda seized the opportunity to kidnap Zenobia and then you. When Zenobia awoke, she found you lying on a bed in front of her, blindfolded. Griselda then appeared, claiming she would teach you how to make a baby, believing that you had never been to school. In that moment, she crossed a line that would change everything. Zenobia was left shattered, witnessing the boy she had feelings for being mistreated by the woman she thought was her sister. After a brief moment of tenderness with you, Griselda turned her attention to torturing Zenobia. She inflicted severe pain on her, but the details of those actions were left to the imagination. The following week, Zenobia was reported missing, and despite extensive searches, she was presumed dead. Griselda kept you close, ensuring you wouldn't speak of what happened, and she succeeded. Afterward, Michael transformed you into an angel, which occupied your time and frustrated Griselda. She devised a plan, convincing Michael to visit the church, where she ambushed him with a group of renegade angels and demons. The overwhelming numbers led to Michael's tragic demise, which satisfied Griselda. With Michael gone, a new leader was sought, and Griselda's twisted sense of truth and goodness earned her that position. From then on, she assigned you various missions, keeping you under her watchful eye. Missions related to her included spending an entire day with her, showering her with affection, and slowly, the love and admiration from Griselda began to corrupt the mind, developing an unconditional love toward her. Thus, one lived in the hands of the woman they loved like a mother, who ultimately became their partner. As the war began, a fierce woman, passionate about battles and the thrill of defeating her opponents, eagerly awaited the chaos of conflict among the three biblical factions. For her, it was a dream fulfilled to witness such a war. On the day of the battle, her only thought was to engage in combat, regardless of which side the soldiers belonged to. When the fighting erupted, her first instinct was to confront Lucifer. As she made her way toward the mouse, she encountered something unexpected: a striking demon with black hair. Watching him fight, his form splattered with the remnants of battle, stirred something within her. He was a beautiful man, consumed by the singular thought of destruction. In the heat of battle, while striving to defeat every foe, he found himself face to face with her. It was as if fate had intervened, allowing her to deliver a speech about the beauty of war and how perfectly they complemented each other, destined to conquer armies together. In her own way, she expressed her feelings for him. For some reason, he understood her and promptly rejected her. She was taken aback by his refusal, leading to an immediate clash between them. The fight seemed destined to last, but it was interrupted by the appearance of the Trihexa. The leaders of each faction were forced to cooperate, and in a swift move, Lucifer attacked God from behind, ending his life in an instant. However, Michael was capable of defeating the Maus of the underworld, unaware that they had already left a legacy behind. She proposed that he join her, to become her partner, but he declined once more. For 500 years, she sought to convince him at every opportunity. One day, she learned from her subordinates that he had become a physical education teacher at Kuo Academy. That was when the chaos truly began. Reports indicated that he spent considerable time with Ireina Shidu, an angel, which irked her greatly. In her room, an altar was adorned with notes declaring him the perfect man, the love of my life, and my world. Typically, she preferred to remain uninvolved in the tasks assigned to her soldiers, but this time, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Seizing an opportunity to acquire a sword, she also aimed to eliminate a girl, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Instead of disappearing quickly, she chose to hide, observing as the Grimmery nobility arrived alongside him. The shock and disbelief on their faces made her blush. What a chaotic situation. She resolved to stick to her plan even though she desperately wanted him at that moment. When the time came, she summoned Excalibur, intending to defeat everyone, but he, a master of swordsmanship, was able to hold his ground. Although she felt excitement, she also experienced fear seeing him draw his katana. She knew he was the one who had harmed Ireina and had forgiven him for years, but today she felt it was time to confront him. The battle began with him initially gaining the upper hand, but she quickly turned the tide by wielding Excalibur. His years of peace had left him unprepared, and soon he found himself on the ground, defeated, with her standing on his back to prevent any escape. Using a magic circle, she made him disappear, smiling with satisfaction as no one dared to intervene, not even the Harkyuku. When he awoke, he saw the woman he despised most, hovering over him, leaving marks on his neck. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of harsh words, none of which pleased her. That night, in the city of fallen angels, within the same mansion and room, sounds of struggle echoed through the air. Years might pass, but her beauty, her voice, and her very being would always belong to him. After months of silence, inspiration struck once more, and now that school was finished, there would be more time to write. This headcanon had been long overdue, and with newfound motivation, it was finally shared. More content and stories would follow. He was an average student at the academy, often overlooked by everyone except for her. In the academy, there were queens, a prince, and a mascot, but the princess was often forgotten. The academy princess, Saji Gentru, was a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a charming smile. What attracts any man or woman is the captivating presence of someone kind, dedicated, and charismatic. This person had become the crush of many, and you were no exception. Her enchanting beauty and that smile, sometimes flirty and sometimes warm, never failed to make you sigh. Yet you always felt as though you could never measure up to her. One day, you learned that the academy's princess had joined the student council, which disheartened you. You knew you wouldn't see her as often in class. For a while, you had noticed her spending time with one of the members of the academy's notorious trio, which honestly brought you down. One day, as she was heading home, she encountered some renegades in a dark alley. She tried to fight them off, but they were too many for her. You usually took the same path as her but turned a corner earlier. However, that day, something compelled you to go just one street further. When you saw her being attacked by strange beings, fear gripped you, but you decided to intervene. It was a risky choice. As you engaged one of the attackers, several others struck from behind, leaving you with cuts and bruises. She watched you with concern while fear gripped her heart as she faced the renegades. Seeing the terror on her face ignited a fire within you. Fueled by rage against those creatures, you unlocked something powerful within yourself. You transformed, gaining a kind of armor that allowed you to confront the attackers, defeating them in less than 5 minutes. After the battle, you noticed her blushing face and recalled the humiliation you had just experienced. To avoid further embarrassment, you chose to flee, hoping she wouldn't remember your face. Little did you know she remembered it perfectly. From that day on, she spent more time in class and no longer visited Issei Shidu. You noticed how she would gaze at you for long periods, even when you caught her looking. She had never truly understood the feeling of love, always being told it would come to her, yet it never did. Until she met Issei Shidu from the Grimmery clan. She found him quite charming and wanted to be friends. However, the more time she spent with him, the more she liked him. She thought it was love, but it was just infatuation. They began dating until one day. After a productive day at the academy, she was attacked by renegades on her way home. She tried to fight them off, but her inexperience led to her defeat. As she faced what seemed like her end, he arrived. Initially, he was easily overwhelmed, but after being knocked down, he awakened his sacred gear, a mysterious power. After defeating all the renegades, he left without acknowledging her, which left her feeling frustrated for being abandoned. A part of her wished to see his face, his smile, his messy hair again. She had seen him before but never spoke to him, a regret she carried. One day, a girl approached you, and you noticed a dark presence watching you. From that day on, the girl began to disappear more frequently until she vanished completely. This marked the beginning of a series of disappearances. Classes continued, and by the end of the year, before the academy year concluded, she confessed her feelings to you. Initially, you hesitated for several reasons. She was supposedly dating Issei Shidu, and you had never really interacted. Yet, a significant part of you urged you to say yes. You eventually accepted, and both of you entered a relationship. She was happy, as were you. You began going on dates and spending time at each other's homes, getting to know one another deeply. However, there were times when you spoke to another girl, and soon after, she would disappear. This led you to fear that you were somehow responsible for their vanishings, prompting you to distance yourself from women, except for Saji, who never left your side. Thus, for a long time, you remained a couple until you decided to marry at the age of 28, eventually having 2 children together. For years, you lived happily, even though you remained unaware of the reason behind the women's disappearances. They provoked accidents to see how he would react, but all they received was a sidelong glance and then he would move on. This hurt their pride and egos, as after Rias Grimmery, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tujo, and Yudo Kiba, they were known for being quite attractive in the eyes of both girls and boys, which felt like a low blow. It turned out he did react, but not wanting to appear foolish or inappropriate, he maintained a serious expression and would escape the scene. For 3 months, they tried to trap him, while he miraculously managed to avoid their schemes, always striving not to blush or look too long. After more than half a year, one day, while he was with Issei Shidu, the notorious pervert and the only boy in the academy with a harem, Kates bumped into him, pushing him onto Murayama. She took advantage of the situation, playing the victim and making everyone speak poorly of him, claiming it was normal for someone wild like him to attack 2 pretty girls. As Issei tried to fix the situation, he calmed down Issei and stated that they were not pretty. Just as he was about to continue, Issei pulled him away, which was a blow to the egos of both girls who were left unable to process what had happened. He intended to say they were beautiful, but Issei did not allow it. From that moment, he noticed that both girls had their eyes fixed on him. They watched and followed him without him realizing it. Both women felt their egos, thoughts, and lives take a turn, as a boy, the opposite Z, had told them they were not pretty and not worth it, or so they thought. 4 days, watching him act as if nothing had happened was another blow, until they noticed he was spending time with Kiryu Aika. How could he say they were not pretty and then hang out with someone like her, who was almost another member of the trio of perverts? Thus, their goal changed. It was no longer about making him look bad, but rather making him fall for their beauty. They dressed well, changed their hairstyles, and tried different ways of dressing, attempting countless methods, but he continued to see Aika. This directly angered them. It was no longer just a blow to their pride, and they could not allow it. They tried many ways to separate them, changing their schedules, avoiding encounters during breaks, lying, and even forcing him into other situations. One day, they discovered that Aika was going to confess her feelings to him, and not knowing how to react positively, they kidnapped Aika in the academy's forest. Initially, they tried to force her not to confess, but when that failed, they lost control of their anger and, with wooden katanas, dealt with Aika in a painful manner. On that same day, they decided to simply follow him and ensure he was all right. They saw him waiting on a bridge and overheard that he was waiting for Aika, which angered them. Without warning, they kidnapped him when no one was around. At first, he tried to escape and fight back or at least remain strong, but as the weeks passed, the psychological torment and their relentless methods took their toll. When he was finally released, he seemed like a trained dog, obeying each of their commands. And so it went for years. He became part of a uniquely complicated love. No matter how it happened, he would only look at them. El Besto Proda. In a world filled with chaos and uncertainty, The hero known as El Bestoprota stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the horizon. The sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the landscape, but within him, a storm brewed. He had faced countless challenges, each one testing his resolve and strength. As he prepared to confront his next adversary, memories flooded his mind. He recalled the battles fought and the friends lost along the way. Each loss weighed heavily on his heart, but it fueled his determination to protect those he cared about. He had made a promise to himself that he would not let their sacrifices be in vain. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for the upcoming confrontation. The enemy was formidable, a shadowy figure that thrived on fear and despair. El Bestoprota knew that he had to face this darkness head-on, not just for himself but for everyone who believed in him. As he descended the cliff, the ground beneath him trembled, a sign of the impending clash. He could feel the energy in the air, crackling with anticipation. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable showdown. In the distance, he spotted the figure waiting for him, cloaked in darkness. The tension was palpable as they locked eyes, each one assessing the other. El Bestoprota felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart racing in his chest. He knew that this battle would not be easy, but he was ready to fight with everything he had. As they charged at each other, the landscape erupted in a flurry of movement. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, illuminating the night sky. El Bestoprota fought valiantly, each strike filled with purpose and determination. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for hope, for a brighter future. With each passing moment, the battle intensified. The enemy retaliated with fierce blows, but El Bestoprota remained undeterred. He recalled the faces of his friends, their smiles giving him strength. He would not let darkness prevail. Finally, with one last surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful attack, a brilliant light that cut through the shadows. The enemy faltered, and in that moment of vulnerability, El Bestoprota seized the opportunity. He fought with all his might, channeling the memories of those he had lost, and struck a decisive blow. As the dust settled, the enemy crumbled, the darkness dissipating into the air. El Bestoprota stood victorious, though the weight of the battle lingered in his heart. He had won, but at what cost? The journey was far from over, and he knew that more challenges awaited him. With a heavy heart but a renewed sense of purpose, El Bestoprota turned away from the battlefield. He would continue to fight, to protect, and to honor the memories of those who had come before him. The sun began to rise, casting a new light on the world, and with it, hope for a better tomorrow.